Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6th annual Fermi Energia conference. Fermi Energia is turning age 7 here in a few weeks, and there's an annual tradition of hosting this conference as a sort of show and tell to summarize the previous year of work and to give a preview of what's coming. I make a point of attending this conference every single year. I love telling people why I come to Tallinn for this conference specifically. Anybody involved in nuclear at the moment knows there's no shortages of conferences. There are far more conferences than reactors under construction in the West, that's for sure. The reason I have to come to this one is precisely this pattern of doing an incredible amount of work that must be done not just in this country, but in many countries over the course of a year, then summarizing it and presenting it to the public and to partners in the effort here in Tallinn. There's not much else that I've seen that quite captures that dynamic, and I wouldn't miss it. I was looking forward to sitting in the back with all of you enjoying these presentations, and I've been drafted to help give the moderation today. So apologies for any mispronounced names or any improper introductions. I'm doing my best, as is everyone here trying to get nuclear built.
On suur rõõm näha teid täna kõiki siin Tallinnas TH konverentsikeskuses, kus räägime ühest energiasektori kõige olulisemast valdkonnast. Tuumaenergia tulevik Eestis ja laiemalt Euroopas on praegu hetkel rohkem fookuses, kui ta kunagi varem on olnud. Ja tänane konverents keskendub sellele, et kuidas viia ellu nende uute elektrijaamade planeerimine ja ehitamine. Euroopa Liidus toodetakse umbes veerand elektrist tuumaenergiast, mis moodustab poole madala süsinikuheitega energiast. 2024. aastal pärines 33% electricity came from fossil fuels and biomass, 24% of nuclear energy, 28% wind and solar, and 15% hydro. The European Commission promotes energy union strategy to support internal market and improve energy efficiency. Small modular reactors are been noticed to be very suitable for achieving carbon neutrality.
Ahead are in-depth presentations and discussions that will shed light on different aspects of adopting nuclear energy, from technological innovations to regulatory and community-based challenges. We have the honor of hearing from specialists who have been at the forefront not only of technological development, but also its practical implementation. Today offers an opportunity not only for knowledge exchange, but also for building stronger connections with both local and international partners. We invite all participants to actively engage, ask questions using Slido, and we will also ask you to share your experiences in order to foster a dialogue that will help us all better understand and shape the role of nuclear energy in the future energy portfolio.
I hope you will all have a very inspiring conference day, and it's very important that you think with us to achieve cleaner energy in Estonia and across the world.
We are pleased to welcome Member of Parliament and Chairman of the Environment Committee, Igor Taro, who will say a few words to open our conference. Last June, the Estonian Parliament made the decision to move forward with the adoption of nuclear energy. As chairman of the Environment Committee, Igor led the heated summer discussions on why and how to take the first serious step towards becoming a nuclear nation. Please welcome Igor to the stage.
Aitäh.
Thank you very much, dear participants, dear organizers. Over last days, it looks like the discussions on energy is becoming a bit turbulent, but turbulence can be destructive. So this is what causes destruction before it mellows, and then the sky is clear once again. But when we are fighting the windmills, then instead of fighting the windmills, we should focus here on the core of the matter. Last year in the Parliament,
There were many debates. We discussed energy-related bills, draft laws. We had 2 discussions on the long-term energy plan, which were of national importance. One of them was more general, the other focused on the possibility of nuclear power deployment in Estonia. So 3 important aspects have begun to emerge in these debates: the price of electricity, the impact on economic growth, and achievement of climate targets. I will start with the last one, which is the climate goals. Obviously, we can't get away from them, no matter who happens to be president across the ocean, because environmental problems cannot be eliminated with a simple order. And it's obvious that we have to accept our economic geographic position in Northern Europe. Our target markets are very climate and environmental conscious.
Sinna müüdavad tooted peavad vastama kõrgetele standarditele.
The products sold there must meet high standards in terms of ecological footprint. So the achievement of climate neutrality must be addressed when increasing the competitiveness of Estonian companies. It should also be noted that the laws of nature will continue to apply, and there will probably be no revolutionary changes in the energy conservation law in the near future. But if you talk about the economic ambition, so that means we want to increase people's well-being, then a significant increase in energy consumption must be taken into account. There is no point to expect that they will get something more by putting significantly less in. Even if we look at austerity measures, if we want to double the economy, it will require much more electricity than before. Assuming that nearly 70% of the greenhouse gases emitted in Estonia are energy and another 18.5% are transport-related, then long-term climate policy plan largely boils down to how we produce electricity in 2035, 2040, 2050, and beyond. So even if we have enough renewable materials, such as wood, for the development of the bioeconomy, it needs to be processed with the help of zero-emission energy. So how this occurs, how do you get zero-emission energy, is the next question. Or, as I would expect from those people in the room here, there's actually no such question for you. It is true that wind, solar, and nuclear power are more or less on the same footing in terms of the emissions footprint. At the same time, I have repeatedly pointed out in the Parliament that we need to assess all energy production methods honestly. For example, to understand how much valuable agricultural or other land are we prepared to cover with solar panels, what concessions we need to make when it comes to nature conservation, when we're building offshore or onshore wind farms, which require quite large territories, and also they require environmental compromises. In connection with the introduction of nuclear energy, we need to discuss other topics in the society when it comes to waste disposal and security issues, and how much all of this will cost, and how the indirect cost of energy production will be financed. So the working group on nuclear energy has done a lot of good preliminary work. But as we had a great battle of windmills or wind turbines which started in Estonia, that infrasound, which is the latest great topic, can come from out of nowhere, and we don't know what kind of mysterious threats will be attributed to nuclear energy. No significant technological development in Estonia has passed without a strong counter-campaign, and we need to be ready for it.
Üks oluline tuleproov on veel.
There is an important trial by fire, the price of the electricity produced. I have heard a strange question in the Parliament. Would an Estonian consumer be willing to pay more for better competitiveness of companies? So in this field, economic laws will probably remain in place, and nobody is willing to pay more for the same thing if you can get it cheaper elsewhere. So it's obvious that industrial production will not come to Estonia if we are offering the same electricity here, but it's more expensive. So this kind of market logic does not apply here, where farmer was selling two types of tar, 1 ruble for price-sensitive buyers and 2 rubles to customers who preferred more expensive luxury goods. I have found that it in small quantities in markets it works out well, but if we have 500 million worth of electricity, then this is not an investment will be made. Our industrialists also admit that they are producing Estonia purely from inertia because energy price is too high and also unpredictable. At the moment, another weak link in our investment environment is the lack of legal certainty due to the blockage of the climate resilient economy bill. So we have had quite a lot of trouble already because of it from the President of Estonia and also from the Chancellor of Justice, who have decided that the adopted amendments are not of reasonably good quality. The current government coalition has stated the goal of producing 100% of Estonian consumption of renewable electricity by 2030. Unfortunately, there's one drawback because it's a declaration, but it does not solve any of the issues which are stated above. But it sounded good in the coalition agreement. So fortunately, there's another point which has been included there, progress on nuclear energy plan according to the report of the Nuclear Energy Working Group. So the coalition partners' energy agreement allows this point to be implemented at the governmental level. So opening up possibilities for the development of nuclear energy, including starting with planning permission process, was one of the prerequisites for the agreement to actually happen. It might not be the best deal in the world, but it's better than being stuck with the progress. So the implementation of the 2035 energy vision has a lot of unknowns yet, but at the moment we talk about the emission-free forms of electricity and they should be given a chance. So today I radiate more optimism than a year ago at the same time. So we were able to make a decision by the Parliament enabling the use of nuclear energy in Estonia. I can confirm that this decision is not just ticking the box in a work list, but we have seen actually substantive action. We have reviewed an overview from the Ministry of Climate and its institutions or how they are preparing the legal framework. We know exactly how many people we need to have for the establishment nuclear regulator by which year and how much it will cost. We also have a preliminary understanding of the timeline for the preparation of Nuclear Energy and Safety Act. The delegation of the International Atomic Energy Agency also gave an overview in the Parliament of the aspects that we should pay attention to when preparing the draft, how to deal correctly with the issues regarding the authorities, subordination, and what to do about funding. In any case, we have to take into account the need to replace the last remaining oil shale electricity capacities with zero emission. It should be stable and also controlled energy production. I have always been of the opinion that nuclear energy is an integral part of the long-term Estonian energy plan. I look forward to today's presentation and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Fermi Energia is about to turn 7, and Sandor Liive, the chairman of the supervisory board, who sent 3 students to Sweden to learn about nuclear energy as the CEO of Eesti Energia years ago, had foresight. And now these people are back in Estonia, have established Fermi Energia and have sent a new generation of young people to study nuclear energy. Why? Sandor will tell us more.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you very much to Igor Taro for this encouraging speech, and the support of the Riigikogu is very important, especially the support of the chairman of the Environment Committee. And I've spoken to 4 members of the parliament. Riigikogu this morning, at least 5 are here today. And of course, welcome to all attendees and everybody who's interested in nuclear energy, and welcome to the 6th conference of Fermi Energia. Nuclear energy adoption in Estonia is supported by 69% of Estonians. And this number comes from a national survey. Many people are in favor of nuclear energy, and when we speak about the support figures with Kalev Kallemets, then we always discuss how many people supported it when we exceeded the EU, and I think it was 63%. The conference opening speeches, well, it's the 6th time we're here. I've usually also spoken about what has taken place in between 2 conferences, and I will do the same this time around. Igor Taro already mentioned it, but I will stand by my prepared text. So the most important thing that has happened in between the 2 conferences is that on the 12th of June 2024, Riigikogu adopted the resolution supporting the deployment of nuclear energy in Estonia, initiated by 55 members of the Riigikogu. And 41 votes in favor, 25 against, and 2 delegates abstained. Of course, I would like to thank all 55 members of the parliament who initiated the draft decision, and thank you to all who voted in favor of the decision. And both coalition and opposition parties voted in favor, and also some independent parliamentarians. If you know about Estonian politics, then last year there was a lot of changes in amongst the parliament members, people going from one political party to another. And of course, the independent parliamentarians were free in their decision, and most political parties in Estonia allowed their members to vote freely in this matter. But I'd like to take this opportunity, and I promise that this is the last time I will read out the full resolution of Riigikogu. I'd like to read it out. If you haven't had time to read it yourself, then I will quote it. Resolution of the Riigikogu supporting the deployment of nuclear energy in Estonia. Having examined the final report of the Government of the Republic Working Group on Nuclear Energy, and pursuant to paragraph 65, items 1 and 16 of the Constitution of the Republic of Estonia, the Riigikogu decides, first, to support the preparation of the introduction of nuclear energy in Estonia and the creation of a suitable legal framework. Point 2, the Energy Development Plan until 2035 addresses the impacts of nuclear deployment to ensure the security of energy supply in transition to climate-neutral energy production. And point 3, when establishing the legal framework, ensure that risks related to national security, financing and ownership have been thoroughly assessed. Signed by Lauri Hussar, President of Riigikogu, Tallinn, 12th of June 2024. As I said at the beginning, before quoting it, I promised that this is the last resolution of the Riigikogu that I will read out, because next time around, hopefully Riigikogu will pass the Nuclear Energy Act, and that's too long to quote at our next year's conference. And secondly, on the 14th of January 2025, Fermi Energia submitted an application for the initiation of a national planning permission for a 600 megawatt electric power plant. And the site of an electricity production plant exceeding 150 megawatts can only be established through a national designated spatial plan. Fermi Energy, with the application, has taken its official step, and now the government must decide on the initiation of the plan. And hopefully the decision will be made within 90 days as prescribed. Thirdly, I'd like to mention that with Henry Ormus, in November, we were in Seoul, in South Korea, not as tourists, but we met with our good partner, Samsung C&T, whose representatives are here today and will be taking the stage today as well. And we are seriously engaged in who and how and on what budget we'll be building the nuclear power plant. We've heard a lot that in Europe and in the US and in the Western world, the construction of nuclear power plant has not gone very smoothly and has taken up quite a lot of time, but one country that has run the construction quite smoothly is South Korea. And South Korea has a lot of strong experience in building internationally as well, and this is why Samsung representatives are here today as well and will be speaking about their experience to all of you. Fourthly, Viru, Nigula and Lüganus municipality councils have decided that if a national designated spatial plan is initiated, then they are ready to participate in with their specific research areas in the planning process. The support from locals is encouraging on national level as well. And hopefully it refutes the myth that locals everywhere are always against all new builds. And in dialogue with the locals, we will continue together with the government and the representatives from local municipalities. Fermi Energia became a member of the European Small Reactor Industry Association. The goal of this association is to facilitate and accelerate the development and deployment of small modular reactors in Europe by the early 2030s. And it was set up by the European Commission. And we're not alone in Europe. At this conference, we've also discussed that when it comes to our closest neighbors, then Poland is most rigorous in setting up small reactors, Orlen Synthos Green Energy. But in addition to Poland, construction of small reactors is planned and considered by Finland, Sweden, Poland, Netherlands, France, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, Belgium, UK, and new countries considering small reactors, and Fermi Energia has already consulted with them. Also Norway, Greece and Italy. So the number of countries who are looking at new nuclear power plants and looking at small reactors, this list is growing. Sixth, we have discussed the price of electricity at this conference as well, and the exchange price of electricity in Estonia last year on average was 87.27 euros per megawatt hour, which is nearly twice as high as in Finland. We know that nuclear power is the main form of electricity production in Finland, and for the sake of accuracy, the corresponding number in Finland was 45.57 euros per megawatt hour. Seventh, Estlink 2. There was a cable interruption for Estlink 2 on 12th of September 2023, and after fewer than 3 months, on the 25th of December 2024, a ship anchor again interrupted the work of Estlink 2. And the ship that will repair the cable has been identified maybe, but has not arrived yet. And I think it's not been publicly declared when the repairs will take place. So it's probably going to be offline for another 6 months. And I talked about breaking cables already last year. You probably remember that the Estonian-Finnish gas pipeline was also broken, and optical cable interruptions are numerous. Can't even keep track of it anymore. Is this the new normal? We cannot consider it normal, but one thing is clear. In the current security situation, we cannot set up a secure and functioning electricity system built primarily on electricity imported via external connections. In 3 days already, together with Latvia and Lithuania, we will finally leave the Russian electricity system and join the Central and Western European frequency system. This is the hottest topic this week. The consistent work of Baltic states with the support of the EU has created strong prerequisites that we will not have electricity supply disruptions over the coming days. But still, after 8th of February, it will become even more important that the Baltic states themselves would have reliable and affordable carbon-free electricity production capacities. Combustion of natural gas is an emergency solution. It's not a competitive advantage by any means. We've seen it on the basis of Germany. And it worked as long as they had affordable Russian natural gas. But not beyond that. So unfortunately, these real-life trials have been run, and we see that the prices of energy in Germany and Denmark, on average, are even higher than in the Baltics, and not to mention Nordic countries. We ourselves need to build power plants that provide us with secure, affordable, clean energy. And simply put, that is the idea behind establishing Fermi Energy, Fermi Energia. And in on the road towards clean energy, we need nuclear power plant from 2035. So in the energy development plan, nuclear energy plant has been included. And I think this plan will reach the Parliament this year. But what are we planning to do in Fermi Energia to make sure that a nuclear power plant is established in Estonia? The most important activity over the next 2 years is finding the right location for the nuclear power plant through the national plan. And the first phase of the planning should be over by 2027, and we should have the best location for the power plant. And then we can deal with the location-based project and planning in greater detail so that in 2029 we can start applying for a construction permit. In 2029, so 40 kilometers from Toronto in Darlington, the GE Hitachi BWRX-300 reactor should be completed, the same reactor that we have selected at Fermi Energia. So 2029 construction permit will take 1 or 2 years, we'll see, but we are on this course that by 2035, at least the first reactor of the MPP would be complete. And to finish, I'd like to quote academician Jaak Aaviksoo, who on the 10th of January this year gave an interview to the daily Eesti Päevaleht in answer to the question, so are you in favor of nuclear energy? I quote, yes. This will lead to victory. All countries who have established nuclear power plants are better off than those who have not. There really is no other solution. End quote. I wish you all a great conference, and let's move towards victory together. Thank you.
For many of us, when we get into nuclear energy, we learn about two important stories, France and Sweden. France famously had the most penetrating nuclear build-out in world history, but Sweden takes the prize for having added more nuclear power per capita than any other country ever. But after that extraordinary start, there was a few years in the wilderness where Sweden started turning away from their own incredible strength in nuclear energy. A small number of people kept the torch alight, and once the reality of 2021 set in, and then 2022 underlined it, a core group of people was brought in by the Kingdom of Sweden to help deliver a nuclear turnaround for the nation. Very pleased to bring Carl Berglof, the National Nuclear New Build Coordinator for the Government of Sweden, to explain to us what the plans are to develop and deploy nuclear power in Sweden. Carl?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Sweden and Estonia are two countries with strong interdependency. So, of course, this is a topic that is very important to the two countries. So, we have in Sweden from originally 12 reactors that we put online within, I think, 13 years. But half of them has been decommissioned or are under decommissioning right now. They are phased out. So, as you can see in this picture, 6 of the southernmost reactors are no longer in operation. And that actually affects the electricity price in the south of Sweden. So this is a snapshot from December 12, where you can see that in the south of Sweden, the electricity price is significantly higher than in the north of Sweden. And since the closure of Ringhals Unit 1, the last one of these 6 that was phased out, this is a pattern that happens quite frequently, that the southernmost part of Sweden couples with the price to Europe, and this also affects other countries in the region, like Estonia. So what's happening in the south of Sweden also affects Finland and the Baltic region price-wise. And of course, this has brought into the debate the need of new nuclear power in Sweden, but there are several reasons why Sweden is now reconsidering nuclear power. Of course, the climate crisis. We need in Sweden to double the use of electricity to be able to phase out fossil fuels. We have, of course, the matter of energy security. And during the energy crisis, the high electricity prices also affected the economy of the whole country. So the high prices have had a great impact on the inflation in Sweden the last years. We also see that the efficiency of the electricity market is affected by this. So we have, as I showed in the previous picture, a large spread of electricity price through the country. And in fact, nuclear power helps the transport of electricity through the country. So with less nuclear power in the south, we now have a smaller transmission capacity through the country. And this gives this larger spread in electricity price. So nuclear energy is a solution to many of these issues that we are dealing with in Sweden. And this gave the new government in 2022 a mandate from the Swedish people to work for new nuclear power in Sweden. So the energy policy changed from 100% renewable to 100% fossil-free thus including nuclear power. There was a cap on the number of reactors that could be in operation in Sweden, 10, that is now removed. So we can also build smaller units if we would like to do that in Sweden. There is a system planning target of 300 terawatt hours of electricity consumption to the year 2045. And this new policy has been approved by the parliament, and it includes a roadmap for new nuclear. And it looks like this. So to the year 2035, we are aiming at having 2,500 megawatts of new nuclear capacity in Sweden. Could be large-scale nuclear, or it could be small modular reactors. The government does not interfere with the choice of technology. And then there is a continued build-up that could reach maybe 10,000 megawatts by the year 2045. So the signal here is this is a nuclear program. It's not we try with one unit and then see what will happen. This is a program with several units, just to make that clear. And this is actually completely in line with the previous build-up. So if we go back 60 years in time, we can see the historical build-up in yellow. So this blue plan, the current roadmap, is more or less in line what we have achieved historically. Of course, now we have a different legislative setup, a completely different political environment, etc. So, of course, there are challenges in this, but now we have access to technologies, proven technologies that we know work. We have access to new technologies. Compared to last time, we have only access to new technologies. We have access to a global market and global cooperation within the field of nuclear energy. So, in some aspects, I'm more optimistic this time. We have maybe even better circumstances to do this now. So we have the hurdles with the legislation. We have to turn that to a strength, and that is what we are doing now. I will come back to that later on. So my role in this as a nuclear new build coordinator is to advise the government on how to speed up this development. So I'm not a part of the government. I'm acting as an independent advisor to the government. So I'm following carefully what is happening within the government offices. I'm following their processes, what they are doing. I'm involved with the relevant authorities and the public inquiries related to this development. I also take input from the outside world, from all stakeholders you can imagine. And me and my office, we put all input together, and we give structured advice to the government. This is a temporary solution, so my mandate ends in the end of next year. And then we will see what will happen. But this is something that is recommended by the IAEA to implement to help the development of nuclear power. It's called the NEPIO, the Nuclear Energy Program Implementing Organization. So we are now in a preparational phase in Sweden to make sure that we will have an efficient permitting and licensing phase thereafter, and then hopefully an efficient construction period. So what we do now in the preparation phase is crucial to have a successful development later on. So we undertake now a series of measures to make this happen in a good way. So on the promotional side, we have developed a financing model, which I will describe a little bit later. There is an ongoing inquiry on how to make possible changes to the electricity market within Sweden to enhance investments in electricity production in general, not only nuclear, but in general. We have made an assessment of the authority instructions to make sure that their instructions are in line with the new political goal of including nuclear power. Well, there are many things ongoing. I will not go into everything. And on the regulatory side, we are revising the Environmental Act. We're making a new Nuclear Act. We have a renewal of the nuclear licensing process, which I will show later on. And we are also doing a lot of other things as well. So let me say a few words about the proposed financing model. So far, it is a proposal. The government is now looking into the proposal and will, within a month, in March, present to the Parliament a bill on a new law on the financing of nuclear power, which will be based on this proposal. So in a month, we will see how this will actually look like. But according to the proposal, the state will provide a loan that will cover 75% of the capital cost of the plant. And that will, of course, provide as low interest rate as possibly achievable. And during the operation phase, there will be a contract for difference. So there is a guarantee on income for the company doing this, with a strike price that will be agreed upon between the government and the utility, of course. And after 2 years of operation, there is a mechanism making sure that the health of the company is sufficiently good. So if things don't go according to plan, the company might need some additional support. This risk-sharing mechanism will adjust the parameters of the model to increase the economical health of the company. On the other hand, if the company is going too well, then the state will bring some money back. In this way, the major risks associated with nuclear financing are met. I'd like to say a few words about the proposed new licensing process that was presented 2 weeks ago. So first of all, this is the existing licensing process. So typically, an applicant will hand in 2 applications, one to the Environmental Act, one to the Land and Environmental Court, and one to the Radiation Safety Authority. And then they will scrutinize this application for quite some time, and then in the end, you have the government decision after quite a few years. And then there is the Environmental Court will decide upon the environmental conditions. Then you can start to do ground preparation. And finally, when you have the preliminary safety assessments report approved by the Radiation Safety Authority, you can start with the nuclear construction. There are 2 main problems here. You have the political decision quite late in the process, and also you have the 2 parallel tracks that are not independent. So actually the Environmental Court, they do also assess the nuclear safety. And this has historically created some hurdles. So with this new process, we will have the government decision quite early in the process. It will be based on a decision in principle, following the Finnish example. And thereafter, so you have very early the political decision, and thereafter you have the process of the authorities. So, and also the Land and Environmental Court and the Radiation Safety Authority, they don't need to work in parallel. They can do that, but there is a flexibility there. The interdependencies has been removed. So in the end, the shovel might hit the ground 3 years earlier with this new method. So we gain about 1,000 days by doing this. Okay, so this is a proposal, and now it's out there for public consultation. So during this year, this will be implemented, and hopefully it will a new law regarding decision in principle can turn into action from 1st of January next year. That's the plan. And then we hope for applications to come in. So I'd like to say a few words about the conclusions of my work. So far I've been talking about what the government and the inquiries have been doing. So I have actually I've been in this position now for 1 year and 4 days. Last Friday I presented my second interim report, and in this report I have proposed a new mechanism. So I consider that in the future we will have several ongoing projects projects regarding nuclear construction in Sweden. What's important here is to achieve a learning curve so that the cost will be lower with time. I imagine that we will have a supply chain, a national, international supply chain, with competences moving from one project to another, and that is maybe the most important part about the learning curve. The people doing the work, they will learn and they will do it better every time. However, I foresee a future where we have different owners for all these projects. That's my starting point. So I think there is something missing here. The learning that we see in the supply chain, I don't see the same effect coming at the level of ownership or at the governance of these projects. So I have suggested that the state should be investor in all projects where the state is also giving or providing financing, to make sure that all the money that the government is putting on the table is used in an efficient way. So by having a certain share in all these projects, there is a stakeholder that sees a long-term vision and can make sure that decisions in all projects can be used also in other projects, to make sure that we have a learning curve also at the governance level. So this I presented last Friday, so we will see how that will be received by the political leadership. I have also suggested to have a regional cooperation on competence development and supply chains. So I recognize that Sweden is not large enough to manage the construction of nuclear power itself. Sweden needs help from other countries. The same goes for Finland, Estonia, and most other countries actually. So I think we should at least start here in the Nordic-Baltic region to cooperate on this, to make sure that the countries doesn't give each other bottlenecks once we start building. We have to do this in a smart way to make sure that we use each other's strength and we develop strength where it's actually needed. So one country should not develop a strength where there is already strengths, corresponding strengths in another country. So by doing this in a smart way, we can help each other. So in the first stage, I think this should be a cooperation on a political level, and thereafter we should bring in the industry so that they can start to do the analysis and also find the right partnerships. And then we can hopefully end up with a lot of these beautiful things. Yes, I think I stopped there, and maybe there is also time for questions. So thank you very much.
So I will go through some of these questions here. Let's see. How much is energy consumption forecasted to grow in Sweden by 2035 and 2045?
Okay, so today we use approximately 140 terawatt hours per year, and we foresee a doubling of that to the year 2045. So more around 300 terawatt hours, providing that all these low carbon projects in the north of Sweden and elsewhere in Sweden, and that the transformation of the transport sector will take place, etc. So yeah, a doubling to the year 2045. To the year 2035, well, it's somewhere in between.
And a question from Rauli Partanen, who's here at Deep Geo. At what stage does the site need to be selected in the proposed new licensing scheme in Sweden?
Okay, siting for new power plants. There is, I would say that there is one of the main hurdles right now. Where can we build the new power plants? All sites are associated with some challenges. So in Ringhouse, there is the natural reserve that must be lifted. In Forsmark, there is a congestion in the grid. And in Oskarshamn and other sites, they are owned by a company that is not today interested in investing in new nuclear because of their ownership structure. There are plenty of other places where you physically can put nuclear power plants in Sweden, but they are protected by law in different ways. So it's not easy to find places to start quickly. So, yeah.
A question from Jan Raybergen, who's also here and is an advisor to the Dutch Ministry of Defense. Do you see similar strategies as what the Swedish government is doing, working with you as a central coordinator and a central coordinating body? Do you have peers in other countries that you talk to, or is it just something that you've seen so far in Sweden?
I do talk to counterparts in other countries. I do in several countries. I think this construction with having an independent coordinator being slightly outside of the government, I think that is, I haven't seen that in another country. So I think there are pros and cons. I'm free to propose and say whatever I would like to do. I can even criticize the government, and they would actually like to hear what they are doing wrong, and they would like me to say that. So I think it's a good way of doing that. And I can present here today whatever I want without asking for permission for someone. So it's a very free way of working. Of course, it has some limitations. I don't have the full insights in all documents within the government because I'm an external stakeholder to some extent.
But we'll have to see by next year how many of the attendings here have been appointed their own government's version of your job. One more from Kimmo Malin here. Does Sweden plan to use nuclear also for heating and industry?
That is not up to the government to decide. It's up to the industry and yeah, to do the choices how they use the power plants. But yes, it is supported by the research plan, is supported by the instructions to the Energy Authority to also look into nuclear heating. So yes, it is a part of the strategy.
A question from Oleg Linkovic is, how do you balance large versus small projects in Sweden?
Well, the honest answer is we don't. So again, it's up to the industry to decide whatever they would like to have. To some extent, the target of 2,500 megawatts to the year 2035, you could say that somehow incentivize different technologies. How fast can you reach that target? But on the other hand, it is the timeline of the government, it's not the timeline of the industry. So the company, they chose to do whatever they would like to do and when, but the government put the red carpet there to make it possible for those who would like to have the investments in place by the year 2035.
And then one more here. This question came in earlier, and I think it's something that many of us are thinking. Defense is a major energy user. It certainly is a theme that I'm hearing more and more in the United States, both defense as an energy user and also defense, the Department of Defense itself as a possible developer of nuclear power. Is this something that there's been any coordination on or discussion of in Sweden that you're able to comment on?
Well, what I can say is that I have initiated a dialogue with the Swedish defense, both the civil and military defense. And yes, I can confirm that they are well aware of what nuclear power may bring, and that is something that they might actually need.
Great. I think that's all our questions, and we're just about up in time. Thank you very much, Carl.
Thank you.
And I think we are going to have a coffee break now. You can announce it in Estonian, or since I'm standing here doing the questions, I can just say we have a 20-minute coffee pause, which evidently means coffee break. We'll see you after that.
We
will continue with the next speaker in just a minute, so please take your seats.
I will be introducing our next speaker as you all make your way back to your seats from coffee. So it was, I believe, 2 years ago when the momentous announcement was made that Fermi Energia was planning to work with GE Hitachi and the BWRX 300 technology. It's been so interesting to observe the advanced nuclear discussions that have taken the forefront in companies and governments around the world. In many ways, the BWRX 300 it's one of the biggest of the small. It's one of the most conservative of the new reactors. It's one of the most advanced reactors proposed of the traditional designs. It holds an almost unique position at the moment in nuclear discussions around the world. I think that there's going to be a consolidation coming around just a small number of designs, and it's absolutely obvious at this point that the BWRX 300 is going to be one of those. So the X300, this is one of my favorite facts that's worn lightly, is according to the design history of the boiling water reactor technology, the 10th generation. One of my favorite responses to people who tell me that only generation 4 is good enough for their nuclear plans is to say they should consider generation 10, which is 2.5 times more advanced. We're going to be joined by General Electric Hitachi's Fredrik Witterbeck, Senior Marketing Director, and he will be explaining how the BWRX 300 is being localized for the European market despite the first units being designed and pioneered at Darlington site in Canada. Fredrik?
Thank you. Good to be here again, sixth time for many of you, and always nice to see so many people interested in the advancement of this great company, Fermi. So big thank you to Kalev and Sander, who's doing this every year. And there's a lot of people who admire your work, not only in Estonia, but abroad as well. So good work. My name is Fredrik Witterbeck. I've been here, like I said, 6 times. I've been with the company for 15 years. I've been working with new units for the last 5 years throughout Europe. I cover the whole Europe market. And compared to 6 years ago, my calendar is full these days. It's quite dramatic change. A lot of people are seeing the benefits that nuclear can bring, and especially the benefits that comes with a smaller design. Our design is somewhat different, but like Mark mentioned, it's still very recognizable by the industry. And by that, I think we can also make great movement when it comes to the cost and time of deployment in this region of the world. So before I dive into the deployment across Europe, I just want to remind and ground everyone. It's a proven technology to the point where we have built many of these boiling water reactors before. We have licensed all the prior technologies that this one is built upon. We have already started pre-licensing work and it's called LTR process in US that have de-risked basically all the innovations that have come in this last phase. So by that, it's safe to say that it's proven. One thing that doesn't come out too often, and I think it's a it's a key value for the survivors of the industry, is that we have maintained, we have audited, we have kept our suppliers alive throughout the years when not too much new was built. So we already have a good supply chain of capable suppliers. With the incoming demand, there is no way, and they agree with me, there's no way that they alone can fulfill the requirements of this new demand. So they need to scale, they need to multiply, they need to find ways to meet this market differently. It's innovative. When this technology was selected by Fermi Energia a couple of years ago, the inventor of, or the patent holder of the key innovation, Christer Dahlgren, a fellow Swede who lives in US, my colleague in GH, he presented that technology. And I'm an engineer myself, not as skilled, but I'm going to tell you what it means, not what it does. It means that you can actually reduce the volume of the construction. And when I say construction, it's not only the building size and the building volumes in tons and cubic meters. It's also the volume of risk. It's also the volume of time. So it takes away some of the key components that have made traditionally nuclear very hard to compete against other technologies. And if I want you to remember one thing walking out of here, it's the same type of technology, it has the same type of complexities, but it's in reduced scale, which means that you can actually draw benefits from it beyond the actual size. So that is very, very important. It utilizes underground construction. I think that is new to the industry to some extent. Mark will probably show me a couple of pictures of things that have been deployed internationally, but it uses conventional technology on the tunneling side that we haven't really utilized in nuclear before. And that gives us a lot of benefits. And what it does is also it doesn't introduce too much complexity to the construction side, which means that our traditional construction companies are very familiar with drilling big holes down into the ground and do that very safe and very effective. It's not a big thing. And by doing that, we're improving the construction. Simplified. Yeah, we don't have to talk more about that. Just remember what I told you. Volume, the building volume, the construction volume is so much different than traditional nuclear. Just want to point out a couple of other items that come across to me from time to time. We have a standard design, and it's not really known to everyone what standard design means. This industry have a history of building one by one by one, and then after a couple of iterations, we actually look back and try to learn something from it. We do that consecutively, but after a couple of iterations, the design had matured to a certain level. This design, standard design, we call it, means that we, together with some of our customers and also investors, took an upfront investment to bring the learning curve to the left in the timeline. So we're not allowing the market to build out the learning curve when it comes to the construction and learnings iterations with the design. We're bringing that back into the first units. We will continue to improve, but the majority of the learning curve is already invested. And by that, we can take a technology that is much more stable on the design side to the first site, to the second site, to the next country, to the next site in that country, and onwards. And that is it's a big difference compared to how it's been done in the market before. And I think it's a show of confidence in our design, but it's also a very forward-leaning posture from our customers that want to participate in that. So it's a good show. We invested north of 400 million, and I can tell you that we completed majority of the work as planned December last year. We have a couple of iterations left, and the standard design is done in parallel with our first build, so it will be what basically goes into the Darlington first unit. We're global from the start. Get the question, when will the BWX300 be available in a European design? And the response to that is, it is. It's been that way for a while. It's the standard design. So it's done for both 50 hertz and 60 hertz. And from engineering standpoint, the sizes of 50 versus 60 hertz components are slightly different. We've taken that into account already in the first deployment. So whatever comes over to European, the first project, now in Poland and UK and likely other places as well, will utilize the same design. So it's already adjusted for a different market than the original and first one. GEH also brings fuel and services. That is something that sets us apart from a lot of the newcomers in this market. It has a great value if you're looking at this from an investment standpoint. There's no risk, or there's no uncertainty, or it doesn't need to be like invented all while you're standing up the first unit, which means that it comes with it takes away the uncertainty in the beginning of project, and that is key to most of the customers we're talking to, even the ones that are very familiar with nuclear. Just an overview before I dive into the deployment. Another question I thought you may have asked yourself or may have heard before is, why small when we can build big? It's a fair question. There is, with the investment that we have done and the innovation that came from Christer's patent, we can actually scale and maintain the competitiveness of nuclear. So instead of having a plant delivered for a traditional large price level, you can actually split that into 4 and deliver it over a couple of years instead, get your revenue during that time, and actually improve your cash flow, which is a big thing for the financing of a project like this. When it comes to building new nuclear, we hear from time to time also that there is a limitation of the capacity of available workforce who can do this. I strongly oppose that people are untrainable to build nuclear. I think when we start to build, there will be people who can help us build it. But the capacity and the constraints of the site can actually limit how efficient it's done anyway. So by reducing the volume of the construction, we're actually reducing the peak labor force that is needed. So instead of using from 8,000 to 12,000 people, 10,000 people over quite a few years, we're reduced down to somewhere just north of 1,000 people now in Darlington. And that has a dramatic impact, of course, if something happens that needs to be adjusted during the construction. So that is it's a key benefit to SMRs. And I'm only talking for mine, the version we are bringing to the market, but I assume that's for everyone. Land use and size and grid stability and all that stuff is obviously a benefit as well. I think the more sensitive equipment that is relying on high availability, the SMRs will actually play a major role in increasing the availability for those industries. So I'm thinking data centers or sensitive production, and it is a key thing, especially when we have so much penetration of renewables as we have in the Nordics. A roadmap for the licensing. We have a strong history of licensing our previous designs. The ESP-WR was licensed between 2005 and 2014. We moved on from that into this new design, the BWX300. We have finished the last step in the Canadian construction license process. So we're waiting for their final notification, and it's set to be done within, I think, 120 days from the last hearing, which should be in the first quarter or slightly thereafter. We have been in pre-licensing, like I mentioned, the LTR process, and we've done a VDR process in Canada. We are in discussions with customers for other countries that are looking for pre-licensing, some of which have never seen a BWR in their market before, and some who have. And we are taking this to the next step when we are getting the license to operate later in the 2020s for the first COD that is planned for 2029. And then in US, this is a new number. We are working with a customer to have it producing power in 2032, and that is the most advanced project that we have in US right now with TVA. So I'd say Canada and US covered. Poland, that is the larger neighbor in the south from Sweden, where I live. They have recently announced, one of our partner companies have announced that they will have more than 2 units operating by 2036. And if you do the calculation backwards, you understand that they will probably start building fairly soon. And I'm not going to be able to talk to their schedule, but advancement is being done in Poland, and they're accelerating right now, which is really, really encouraging for the European energy market, but it's also a show of confidence. We have received export and import bank assurances and commercial financing for this project. We have advanced discussions with investors for applications, not only including power, but also heat. When you replace carbon as the energy carrier or the feedstock, you typically have 2 outcomes of the benefit that you get with carbon. One is the electricity, and the other one is heat. So if you do change it in the summer, not too many people will notice. If you change it in the winter, a lot of people will freeze. So you need to have a solution for the carbon-fed heating system as well. And we have a application that we're developing that will be available for deployment at the same time when the first commercial operation starts in Poland as well. So there will be a district heating version of it. In United Kingdom, we have been awarded with an award for the Future Nuclear Enabling Fund. It's an accelerated fund, which we are working on currently. One of our customers here in Europe, Synthos Green Energy, is co-investing in this and also interested to follow us to UK. We have been selected by Great British Nuclear to participate in their process of selecting technologies for their program. It's up to 24 gigawatts, and that's progressing well. I think we're waiting for an announcement later this quarter on the path forward from that. And the generic design assessment is ongoing, and I think the next report out is going to be just before the summer on that. This region. Carl Berglöf mentioned this before. It's a interesting, very dynamic region right now. We have a lot of countries that are used to nuclear. We have a lot of countries that have a 99-point-something decarbonized grid already. We have really high volatility on price. We have countries who are desperate to get out of their fossil dependence. So it's a very diverse and very fragmented market as of now. If we want to do this in a structured way, if we want to do it in a very efficient way, we can't really build our own strength, like Carl mentioned before. We need to work together. We have in this region Fermi Energia, who through its leadership in Estonia have positioned themselves as well as Estonia as a front runner in the region. And by that, there is an ample opportunity to actually be a part of shaping whatever's to come. We have increased discussion between countries now, and Carl Berglöf was referring to the political discussion that needs to happen first, and I think that is a really good sign. It's missing right now. We need that support, we need that interest, and we need that commitment in order to actually make those investments that are needed in order to stand up a trained workforce, etc. But it's ongoing already, so we won't start from scratch. And we have good capacity to support from Sweden, where I reside, but we have very good companies here in Estonia, in Poland. Finland have recently completed a new build project. There's enormous amount of wealth when it comes to knowledge there that we can't really just look away from. We need to incorporate it. The countries that are a bit further out, Denmark and Norway, interesting movement there, and I would like to include them as well to become a part of the supply chain, to become a part of the nuclear family, not because they, just not excluding because they don't operate today. I think there is a way for them actually to convince the public that it's not as hard or whatever the reason is that they have refrained from it before. So this could be actually a stepping stone in. I've also added Netherlands, which, if you look from this angle, it looks almost like it's in the Baltics, but it's not. But it has a history of operating nuclear. It has a structure and a policy environment that is very similar to what we're trying to achieve in the Nordics. And I think the region as a whole, including Netherlands and all the way up to Estonia and Finland, will benefit from each other if we can actually use the capacity that we have in those countries and the sea way that we actually connect it through. So by that, I think I covered everything and I stayed within my time. Yep, I get nods. Thank you.
So, from Jan Reibergen, will underground construction also be an advantage in very soft soil with a high near-surface groundwater level? That sounds like a trap question, but let's see what you say.
It will be possible. Will it be advantageous or? Yeah, no, I think there's no soil types that we have come across that will be a barrier. It's a question of pre-construction work and different methods of achieving the tunneling work anyway. But no, it can be done.
Got it. Here's another question. A question about the flexibility of output from the BWX300, especially if there's a continued deployment of solar and wind in the Baltic region. How flexible do you see the X300 being, and maybe in comparison to existing reactors or other proposed advanced reactors?
So the easy non-answer is that there is no difference between a light water reactor that is small versus one that is large. So we already know roughly the limitations, and it's related to the fuel. What we bring with this technology is an avenue to actually utilize the heat side of the operation, which means if you can flex between the output of power and heat to a certain extent, that would provide the flexibility that can be a value to the grid. So I would say it's much more flexible, provided you have the offtake. Otherwise, it is as flexible and supportive as nuclear is today.
Here's another question, and this is something that I think I've heard. It's an anonymous question, but it goes to anxiety that I've heard when companies have proposed advanced properties of their reactors. someone asks, can the fact that the X300 uses less concrete compromise safety in any way?
No. Again, don't take my word for it. It's important to keep our roles. We bring a technology forward that is safe. And the way that we measure safety is that it's licensable. So if there is a concern with concrete, or for that matter, other areas, we will not be able to bring it to the market. So no, there is no safety concern. We are not cutting any corners. Don't take my word for it. If it's licensable, be assured it is safe.
Another question. SMR, small modular reactor, one of the most contentious and often misunderstood words, in my opinion. We have another anonymous question. How much modularization is there in the standard design for the X300?
The design itself is built upon our earlier version, the ABWR, the ESBWR, and the ABWR, for comparison, was quite dramatically modularized, which made us build large reactor units less than 40-month construction cycle. So they are modularized, but we haven't over-modularized them. There is a line that we have reached that balance the amount of modularization to a reasonable level. So it's modular, but it's not totally modular.
Got it. So when some people are saying modular, they mean they imagine, like when you show the reactor vessel, 6 of these in a big pack or something. Yep. For you, modularity refers to what you've already achieved at the ABWR, where the entire structure and the internals of the reactor come together in modules.
Yes, yes.
Got it. Could you, I'll expand since we have a few more moments and no other questions. How would you compare the modules in, I guess, mass or scale to what might be seen with other reactor designs that are being built, PWRs perchance, or even what we see in other industries? So I was talking to some folks involved in offshore oil and gas, and they said that they are comfortable with modules up to 10,000 tons. That is, as far as I know, 10 times larger than the largest modules being proposed for the large reactors that I've looked at, but I have not heard what the situation is with the X300.
I would probably like to pass that question on to, I know that both representatives from Aecon and Samsung will talk later, but the limitations on the modules are not only constrained by the weight. There is, I think it's more related to the building process and the construction planning and how it needs to be licensed and audited versus physical limitations.
We've had a number of questions come in for previous speakers, and I think it would apply. I don't know if this is one that you would want to handle. It almost sounds like more for Carl. But people are responding to what Carl said about the energy expected to double in Sweden and several other countries in the next 20 years. I think that you had definitely said something about the electricity consumption. One of the things I think that people are not getting is that almost everybody's climate plans involves switching things that are not currently on the grid to on the grid. But we just had this last question come in asking about energy consumption forecasts for the region and whether that's something done by governments that us in the reactor world just follow along, or if that's something that, we have something actually applicable. If you want to take that question, that's the last one we have time for.
So the question is the size of the market.
Sorry. Yes, there's been people asking about the energy scale, the scale up of energy, and I think there's been confusion around electricity scale up and energy total scale up. But I'm also saying that that was the only set of unanswered questions that I thought I had. We've just gotten a number of extras. So if you think any of these are for your last question address, either the expected cost or the ESBWR technical question, then I can let you handle that. Otherwise, we can leave them all for Greg at Aecon.
Happy to address them during coffee breaks or lunch later. But I can just say that the size of the change that needs to happen in the Nordics, I typically use Desiree Komstedt from Vattenfall. She was here 2 years ago, I think, talking, or a year ago. And she showed a slide that had 25 billion euros a year of import fossil feedstock to Sweden. That was her perceived market. So, and that needs to go away. So that gives you some feeling. 2023 strategy presentation from Fortum shows an increase of the Nordic market, which they are covering, from 400 terawatt hours to 800, which lines very well with the doubling we roughly see in Sweden as well. And from a trajectory standpoint, I think the doubling in Sweden is somewhere around 600 megawatt a year, if it's a straight line. And if you add the region, it's probably a gigawatt or so that you need to build out annually.
So to make it clear, these projections are clearly aligned from a lot of different sources and have to do not just with decarbonization, but also at the moment of load growth. Fredrik, thank you very much. And I will have Elise come up and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you.
Nagu öeldud, leiab
Right,
BWRX
so we will
aset Kanadas.
know that Canada is the first one to build the BWRX 300, and the nuclear safety history has been very impressive and is considered to be one of the best in the world. So there is Canadian Nuclear Safety Committee, CNSC, which regulates it, which is known for its independence and very strict rules. Rumina Velshi will now share Canadian experience with the permissions for small nuclear power plants.
Good morning. It is an immense honor to stand before such a distinguished audience of industry and community leaders, policymakers, investors, academics, environmentalists, innovators, and students, both from Estonia and beyond. Thank you very much, Kalev, for giving me this invitation. It's my first time at this conference, and I've already learned so much and have so much more to follow up on. As we gather to discuss the future of energy and the pivotal role of nuclear technology, I am privileged to share Canada's experience with small modular reactor licensing, a journey that has been as challenging as it has been rewarding. Canada has made significant strides in SMR licensing, and I hope to demonstrate why our experience offers valuable lessons for other nations embarking on similar paths. My aim is to provide insights that can help foster innovation, ensure safety, and achieve regulatory excellence on a global scale in the deployment of SMRs at the speed and scale that is needed. Allow me to begin by sharing a bit about my background so you may better understand the perspectives that I bring to this discussion. With over 45 years in the nuclear sector, my career has spanned both industry and regulatory roles. One of my final assignments in 2005 at Ontario Power Generation, OPG, was leading the technology assessment for new nuclear project at the Darlington site, the Darlington Nuclear Project, DNNP. Today, 2 decades after, OPG is on the verge of breaking ground for the construction of the nuclear island at DNNP. During my tenure as President and CEO at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, CNSC, Canada's nuclear regulator, I championed several priorities. 1, modernizing the regulator to ensure we were prepared to license new reactor technologies without becoming an unnecessary barrier. 2, building trust amongst the public, rights holders, and stakeholders. And 3, fostering greater international collaboration. Since leaving the CNSC in October 2023, I have remained deeply engaged in the nuclear sector. Currently, I serve as a strategic advisor to Torys LLP, a law firm that has one of Canada's largest energy and infrastructure practice, and that represents OPG as well as most of the major banks and pension funds in Canada. In addition, I'm a strategic advisor to OSGE's board, as well as I'm a member on the board of Sask Power. As you heard from Frederick's presentations, both these organizations, like Fermi Energia, have selected GEH's BWRX 300 technology and that have committed to a global fleet of a standardized design. The Darlington New Nuclear Project recently achieved a major licensing milestone. Earlier this year, the CNSC held a public hearing on OPG's application for a construction license. This hearing for a nuclear new build, the first of its kind in over 40 years in Canada, is widely regarded as a resounding success. It underscored the robustness of Canada's regulatory system. The CNSC staff conducted a thorough review, issuing over 600 requests for additional information. The public actively participated in the process with more than 200 interveners, and the commission members posed probing questions to which OPG and GE Hitachi provided comprehensive and thoughtful responses. The robustness, transparency, and accessibility of the process were exemplary. Canada's licensing hearing process is recognized as an international best practice, and I strongly advise Estonia to look very carefully at it. A decision on the license to construct for DNNP is expected by April of this year. From Canada's experience, I would like to highlight several key lessons that I believe are particularly relevant to Estonia as it prepares to establish itself as a nuclear energy nation. One, a fit-for-purpose regulatory framework. A regulatory framework that is technology neutral, performance-based, and includes provisions for regulatory hold points and equivalency. And this is essential. This flexibility allows licensing to proceed alongside detailed design engineering with appropriate regulatory oversight. And I'm happy to elaborate on this further if needed during the Q&A session. Second, early engagement and inclusivity. One of the hallmarks of Canada's approach to nuclear safety is our emphasis on early and meaningful engagement with affected communities. This is not merely a regulatory requirement. It is a moral and practical imperative. Public confidence in SMRs is as critical as technical safety. Communities must feel heard, respected, and well-informed about the technology's benefits and risks. In Canada, early engagement has consistently led to better outcomes for infrastructure projects. It allows developers to address concerns proactively, incorporate local knowledge into their plans, and build enduring relationships. For example, working with Indigenous communities, we integrate traditional knowledge into environmental assessments, strengthening both the assessments and our respect for Indigenous values. This culture of transparency ensures that communities are not passive recipients of information, but active participants in shaping the future of nuclear technology in their regions. For Estonia, I encourage you to consider how early engagement can be woven into your regulatory framework. It is a powerful tool for building trust, reducing opposition, and ensuring the long-term success of nuclear projects. Number 3, international collaboration. The development of SMRs demands a paradigm shift from bespoke, one-of-a-kind projects to a product-based, plug-and-play delivery model. This requires unprecedented international collaboration among governments and industry, policymakers, regulators. For DNNP licensing, the CNSC has worked very closely with the US's regulator, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We have conducted joint assessments, accepted each other's reviews, after, of course, conducting the appropriate control checks, seconded staff to each other's organizations, and we openly share learnings and experiences. This has allowed us to promote a standard design for the technology, achieve greater regulatory efficiency and certainty, and achieve better safety outcomes, all the while engendering greater trust and confidence amongst the public and our stakeholders. For the BWRX 300, we also established a forum of CEOs from GEH Nuclear, OPG, TVA, the US NRC, and the CNSC to ensure both a standard design as well as a life cycle management of a global fleet. This forum has since expanded to include the UK's regulator, the Office for Nuclear Regulation, Poland's OSGE, and the Polish regulator, PAA, and I highly recommend that Fermi Energia and Estonia's future nuclear regulator consider joining this forum as observers in due course. Number 4, radioactive waste management. Globally, the management of used fuel remains a significant challenge for nuclear programs. It is a primary concern for the public, environmentalists, and investors alike. Estonia should, at a minimum, develop a clear strategy for radioactive waste management as part of its nuclear program sooner rather than punting it to the future. Number 5, intellectual property rights certainty. Intellectual property rights, IP, certainty is a cornerstone of innovation and investment in the nuclear sector. In North America, we have seen how inattention to IP can delay investment and licensing processes. Developers, investors, and governments all have a stake in ensuring that IP is protected and fairly allocated. In Canada, clear and enforceable IP frameworks have unlocked investment by providing confidence to innovators and stakeholders. The CNSC emphasizes collaboration amongst technology developers, utilities, and government agencies to clarify IP ownership and usage rights from the outset. This reduces the risk of disputes and keeps the focus on advancing the technology. One model worth exploring is an IP bank, where stakeholders pool their intellectual property, ensuring shared benefits while resolving disputes through a structured mechanism. As a minimum, I implore that provisions are made in commercial arrangements for efficient and unimpeded transfer of information amongst nuclear regulators, whilst, of course, ensuring protection of confidential and commercially sensitive information. And number 6, over-preparedness for regulatory hearings. Licensing hearings are pivotal moments where safety, public confidence, and project viability are scrutinized. In Canada, we encourage applicants to adopt a mindset of over-preparedness, exceeding regulatory requirements, anticipating questions, and providing evidence-based answers in plain language. This level of preparation demonstrates a commitment to safety and builds confidence among regulators and the public. The DNNP license to construct hearing held recently is an excellent case study of this mindset of over-preparedness. Before concluding, I want to address a broader issue that affects us all: the impact of geopolitical and economic volatility on the nuclear sector. The policies and rhetoric of leaders like US President Donald Trump have introduced significant uncertainty into the global landscape. In Canada, we have seen how this volatility can disrupt supply chains, investment flows, and public perception. To navigate this uncertainty, we are increasingly focused on building resilience through resilient supply chains, international collaboration, and consistent policy frameworks. For Estonia and other nations exploring SMRs, I recommend a similar approach. Resilience is not a luxury. It is a necessity in an era of uncertainty, particularly when safeguarding multi-generational investments. It is also worth noting the growing impact of artificial intelligence and data centers on global energy demand. Overnight, the energy landscape has shifted, with these technologies driving unprecedented electricity needs. This underscores the importance of resilient, reliable, and sustainable energy solutions like SMRs. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the journey to licensing and deploying SMRs is not an easy one. It demands innovation, collaboration, resilience, perseverance, and an unwavering commitment to safety. Yet, it is a journey worth undertaking, for it holds the potential to transform our energy systems, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and bringing reliable and affordable power to communities in need. Canada's experience offers valuable lessons, from protecting intellectual property to engaging communities, from unprecedented regulatory collaboration to being well prepared for licensing hearings, to navigating global uncertainty. My hope is that these insights will inspire and inform you in your efforts here in Estonia and beyond. Together, we can build a future where nuclear energy plays a vital role in meeting our energy needs while safeguarding our planet for generations to come. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I think I've got time for some questions.
At the moment, we don't have questions incoming. So I'll ask one just because I've heard people ask this a bunch. There's a lot of reactors that people are looking at building in Canada. And is there any congestion or worry at the Canadian Safety
Commission?
Is there,
Yes.
is there any worries that the Commission can get it all done?
So, the resourcing issue is prevalent throughout the nuclear sector, including with the regulator. One of the things that the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission offers is a pre-licensing process, a vendor design review process. And whilst I was at the CNSC, we had well over 12 technologies participate in that process. And And it was taking our resources away from, well, it could have potentially taken our resources away, and we wanted a way of prioritizing which ones we should be paying attention to. Because for many technology developers, just by entering in the CNSC's process was improving their opportunities to get investors backing them. And so we found a way of prioritizing, and one of the factors was, is there a proponent that's interested in this technology in Canada? And so when it comes to SMRs, and we also have large reactors that are being considered for Canada, as I mentioned, it's been over 40 years since we have licensed a nuclear power plant, a new nuclear power plant in Canada, is a great concern on the impact it's going to have on the regulator. There are many technologies, there are applications right now, both for the BWRX-300. We have heard about Darlington and Sask Power. There is interest in microreactors. Westinghouse's eVinci is one of them, and that's going through, has started a licensing process, as well as large reactors, both for the Bruce site and for other sites in Alberta and Ontario. And so for the CNSC, what we try to do is our tagline is to be prepared, as I said, over-prepared, and to anticipate what's coming down the road. So we very much encourage potential proponents as well as governments to engage the regulator early so that we know what may be coming down. And the way we get ready to respond to that, and I'm taking my time answering this because I can bring in so many other key messages in here, is early engagement by both government as well as proponents on what they're considering. And so the regulator can anticipate what's coming. It helps us build international collaboration with other countries that may be considering the same technologies or may have expertise and insights that we can leverage on, and we're doing that not only with the BWRX-300, but with some of the other technologies that are being contemplated. And it allows us to build partnerships, whether it's with universities or with other institutions. But it is a big risk that the regulator has sufficient resources. It's a small sector. It's difficult for the regulator to compete with industry when it comes to things like compensation, for instance. But we in Canada have been extremely fortunate in that for many countries, the regulator gets funded only when an application is presented to the regulator. Whereas in Canada, we've been lucky to have got funding to get ready for the preparation for an application to come in front of us. And so we have been staffing for a while and building these partnerships. So for other countries that are here, having your regulator well-resourced is well worth the investment. Otherwise, there'll be a bottleneck and be part of a critical path. So it is an issue, but one that can be managed and the risk mitigated.
In fact, our next question touches on what you just ended on, which is if you were giving advice to Estonia, if the object was to have nuclear electricity on the grid by 2036, then when should the regulator be starting up? And in a very rough sense, based on your understanding of how it is to take on multiple or fewer, just one design, how many people should Estonia be prepared to bring into a regulatory effort?
So I heard from the government representative earlier today that they already have a framework in mind and the resourcing level based on advice that they've got from the IAEA, and I'm sure that's kind of looked at best practices out there. The regulator should have been in place yesterday or earlier, so there's a lot of catching up to do. And so, I think the resourcing is important. It's critical, but it's more than just how many people you need. It is what is the level of effort and how are you going to meet that? Some of it is your own internal resourcing. I don't know if Estonia is planning on building its own technical support organization or getting that support from elsewhere. There are opportunities to look for regional collaboration, as we saw from earlier presentation. And certainly for this particular technology is to learn from the experiences of others. So Estonia is very fortunate that it won't be the first one to deploy. And remember, this is a race to not be first, right? And so you want to be third or fourth or later on and learn from others. And so it's a very coveted position that Estonia is in, that it'll learn from the OPGs and the TVAs of this world who will, or OSGEs that will be before you. So for the regulator, the regulatory community works very closely together. I've actually signed, when I was at the CNSC, a memorandum of understanding with Estonia, and that exists with others, is really work on those partnerships, leverage the expertise, the work of others. So more important to me than having adequate resources is having the right resources, but also the right culture in that organization. At the CNSC, one of our biggest challenges was when you talk about international collaboration and you talk about accepting or jointly reviewing work with other regulators. That's not how regulators have worked in the past. You're a sovereign regulator, that's your responsibility. And so for staff in our organization, for some, that was very difficult to accept. They felt they were abdicating some of their responsibility by accepting work of other expert, well-respected regulators. And so it's also building the right culture in this organization. What does collaboration look like? What's the success that is needed? I think starting with a clean sheet, as Estonia is doing, is, again, enviable because you can learn from others and build the best. I talked about Canada's regulatory framework. As you look around, and I've worked with many parts of the world. I'm not very objective in this, but I think we've got pretty much one of the best, if not the best, regulatory framework, and even the governance that is set up to ensure that the regulator is independent and that there is no political pressure or pressure from industry or from other special interest groups. So very important that the regulator gets set up right, you learn from others. Bringing in the IAEA is a great way of doing so, and really build on the work that's already happening.
Great, and I think we have time for one more question, and this is from Kalev, and he's asking if you can expand on licensing during design completion. So in the past, you could have designs that made great progress through licensing, and then they tried to figure out how to construct it afterwards or worked on constructability on the fly to disastrous effects on the ground. How do you think of licensing during both the design, licensing, and design completion itself?
Excellent question. And for those who followed the Darlington construction license hearing, that was one of the biggest issues, was the design is not fully complete. How can you grant a license? And, some of the learnings from the debacles of other large nuclear projects has been construction started before design was complete. And many say that we're not going to put a shovel in the ground until the design is 100% complete. From a regulator's perspective, and I mentioned early on in my remarks about the regulatory framework, that you need that regulatory flexibility of hold points and equivalency. And the hold point concept is the detailed design is still happening in parallel with the licensing process. And fortunately with the CNSC, we have a flexibility in our regulatory framework that we can put hold points and say, look, we can approve you proceeding till this point, but before you move any further ahead, you need to demonstrate to us that you're going to meet your safety case is robust. So for DNNP, the licensing is almost moving in parallel with the detailed design engineering happening. OPG cannot, start laying the foundation for certain parts of the plant, can't install the reactive pressure vessel until those hold point requirements have been satisfied. And I think that is imperative that regulatory frameworks allow that, because otherwise you'll have to wait until the design is complete, then you approve something, and as you said, sometimes it's hard to construct with a design that has been approved, so that flexibility. But there should also be a recognition that by going through this process of hold points, the proponent is taking some risks because you're starting some construction work. As the regulator gets more information, it may bring in more requirements that may require some rework. I happen to be on the construction side of Ontario Hydro, OPG's predecessor, when the Darlington A units were being built. And 70% of the construction efforts for that plant was rework. Rework because the design changed, the regulatory requirements changed. So you really want to avoid that. You want certainty, but you want those hold points where the detailed design is happening. That's not going to totally shift into what things need to happen. But that flexibility is important. And I think in Estonia's case, it's going to be a unit that's been constructed and hopefully in operation, so you don't have to worry about the design not being mature enough. But it is a risk that needs to be managed, and we've got ways of doing so.
Romina, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nuclear power plant construction is actually a little bit complicated. You have multiple stages as you get closer to what we might call the inner sanctum, with the highest level of detail, highest level of oversight, and often the largest amount of delays. Building a nuclear plant will include preparing the site, building roads, working on water intake structures, making sure there's access to all the transportation networks that you're going to need to bring in equipment later. Then you've got the civil construction, where you're working on the non-nuclear island components, the generator building, and finally, as you get closer to where the reactor is going to be, you have the thick, strong structures that can resist problems both inside and outside of a nuclear plant. We have here today Greg Teddy of Aecon in Canada. He's the Vice President of Nuclear Strategy, Business Development and Services, and he's going to get us fully updated with the freshest intel of exactly where the Darlington project is. Greg?
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark. Okay. Thank you, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here again. This is my second time at this conference. Really exciting. Last year I was here, I talked a little bit about who Aecon is, provided some context of our history, our ambitions in terms of what our view of the world is. Historically, for the last 50 years, we've been very focused on the Canadian market. But what we're finding is that there's a real opportunity for us to share that knowledge and that experience, as I'll go through today, in terms of our intimate technical understanding of how the BWRX-300 is being built, and how we can partner and collaborate to bring those solutions to other regions. And specifically, I'm very happy to be here with Kalev and the rest of the team in terms of supporting the ambition to build nuclear here in Estonia. So unlike Romina, I've got a lot of slides and visuals, so hopefully you enjoy some of them, and I've got some updated advancements that we're making on the technology side in terms of advancing nuclear construction, where historically it's been a very manual process. So 364 days since I've been here last, and so I'm going to try to give you a bit of an update and not repeat too much of what I originally laid back in February last year. So what you'll see here is the DNMP site, and so this is the birthplace of the BWRX-300 that's being built, and we're very proud to be supporting and leading that project for Ontario Power Generation, and in partnership with GE Hitachi, AtkinsRéalis, and ourselves as the constructor. I just want to take a minute and recognize some of the comments that have been made by Carl, by Frederick, by Romina. things like smart deployment, collaboration, supply chain capacity, partnerships, reducing risk, standard plant design, modularization, innovation and IP, data and information. How do you collaborate and have a culture to share and optimize project planning and execution? And moving from first-of-a-kind risk to nth-of-a-kind success. I'm going to try to unpack all of those in the 25 minutes that I have, but hopefully you'll see some common themes through some of the challenges that we talk about and what our ambition is to bring outside of Canada. I always love these slides. We have many of them like this, but this, of course, is me hosting Caleb to our DNMP site probably about 8 to 9 months ago. And so what I welcome to everyone, whether it's government officials, whether it's supply chain or industry partners, public interest is to come see the site. We'd be happy to host you and provide you at least a first-hand look at the progress that we're making. Just to recap, so the partners involved in DNMP is Ontario Power Generation, being the developer and the owner, ultimately the operator. GE Hitachi, which Frederick's talked a lot about the technology this morning. AtkinsRéalis, who is our architect engineer, partner that we've collaborated with for many years on the refurbishment of the Canadian nuclear facilities between Ontario Power Generation and Bruce Power. And that program is ongoing and it's being expanded to the Pickering site, which we're quite proud of. So quite a significant continued investment in the nuclear assets in Ontario. Under this collaborative model, Aecon is the constructor, so much different than what we would do outside of Canada. In Canada, we have the luxury of being able to draw upon, outside of our nuclear group, broad resource base and lots of experience from our utilities, from our industrial, and from our civil groups. And these groups within our organization are groups that we traditionally have not leveraged in nuclear. You know, the work that we've done in nuclear has been very isolated. We've been able to help maintain and provide capital projects and EPC experience around nuclear operating facilities. Even to the extent of the refurbishment programs, pulling those reactors apart and putting them back together has been really done by our nuclear sector. But complex foundations, tunnel boring systems, high voltage switchyards, a wide array of things that we typically don't do in nuclear, we're actually bringing to the first-of-a-kind experience. There's been reference to the schedule. This is the original baseline schedule that we've talked about. You can see here 2025 where we are just partway through Q1. What you'll see is a major milestone lineup. Without going through this in great detail, one of the most important and significant milestones is the regulatory approval. And as Romina had mentioned, we've gone through a two-phase regulatory process led by Ontario Power Generation. And we're hoping to get that license to construct in April or maybe late March this year. But as you can imagine, it's not just regulatory approval. It's being able to understand how much is it going to cost, what's the level of design maturity, which Frederick talked about, how do we understand exactly some of the risks, how do we line up the supply chain and the schedule. So there's a lot of activity that's going on behind making this decision to make sure this project continues to be lit green, but also be able to take a look at the 4-unit commitment at the Darlington site. So a lot of work is going into this project, and there's a lot of lessons learned and discussions with regards to how the collaborative model is working, and what are the pros of working under that type of collaborative relationship. I'm going to talk to you just briefly about integrated digital delivery at Aecon, which is really kind of leading how we're planning and executing work. And integrated digital delivery means different things to different organizations. For us, though, it really sets the foundation and baseline on how do we actually plan work, how do we execute against that plan, and how do we do that consistently when we get to the field. And so this really does underpin our logic with regards to how are we building this for the first time, but also how do we actually dovetail that into bringing those lessons to other regions. So I'll talk a little bit about the framework, and I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of when we do this for the first time, there's no reason that we need to do it for the first time every time. There's a lot of opportunities to optimize this, leverage what we've done in the past, and bring those solutions through partnerships to different regions. Last year I showed, I think it was about a 3-minute video on how do you build a BWRX 300 in 3 or 4 minutes. Everybody loves that video. I'm not going to show it again. But really what that is that's very, it's very cosmetic. People can see how it's being built. They can understand the phase sequence. We like to use 4D, 5D modeling, which is not only the 3D concept, but it's also time phased and cost phased. And so we use this as a digital suite to help us understand each of the intricate phases and system windows of how do we plan and execute work. I won't go through this in great detail, but within Aecon we have, no surprise, a lot of construction challenges, regardless if it's a nuclear plant or not. We deal with poor communication, unrealistic expectations or bad forecasting, poor productivities, planned versus actual, project performance, etc. In the middle is an ecosystem of different systems and tools. Doesn't necessarily mean this is the right ecosystem, but it's important to understand how the constructor integrates with the technology provider, the architect engineer, and the project planning organization so that we are looking at basically a single source of the truth. And so I'll talk to you a little bit about how our approach is generically, but I'll also give you one specific example that's happening real time at the project in Darlington. This is a very busy slide, but I can tell you that building a nuclear power plant is not simple. The data, the infrastructure, the amount of time that goes from conceptual design to detailed design, the interaction with how do we plan not only construction, but lead times for materials, supply chains, tunnel boring machines, cranes, etc., all has to kind of work through its process to the point at which you commission and hand back a plant. So when we think about this, we're not necessarily thinking about doing this for the first time and being one and done. We actually have the opportunity to build 4 of them at Darlington, and we have the opportunity to take a look at this infrastructure, this data set, and this repository full of information that we can use and leverage when we go to deploy nth of a kind in different jurisdictions. So this is a real opportunity around this challenge of getting away from first of a kind cost to having a meaningful role and impact to nth of a kind deployment. So we're really excited about the architecture around this. How do we warehouse and store that information in a very organized way? And how do we actually have the people that actually lead each of these phases in these activities? So what we can do is we can build capacity to support deployment. Again, I'm not going to go through the infrastructure on the left-hand side, but what you'll see here is when we take an actually real practical view of how do we plan with our GIS systems, some of the data dashboards, so that what we can do is we can have real-time understanding of plan versus actual and be able to forecast the work that's being done. So to future slide, we'll talk a little bit about the site preparation, but this is an example of one of the specific series around the piling. So you can see here very simply from an executive level, you can see the number of piles that are planned. This was, I think, as of October the 9th. You could see the percentage complete between the king piles and the filler piles, and you can see plan versus actual in terms of our productivity rates. This allows us as a project management organization to understand what do we have in the plan, how are we actually arranging our resources and materials, and how are we actually executing against that. And so that gives us confidence in the way that we not only drive resources, drive supply chain spend, but also how do we meet project commitments and schedule. So this was the site probably midway through last year. On the left-hand side, just outside, is the Darlington 4-unit site that our team is refurbishing. But you can see the start of the preparation that's been permitted through the CNSC prior to license to construct. The background picture isn't so great here, but it is quite a bit advanced. We're allowed to advance the construction site as far as possible prior to LTC. So as Romina said, that we can do some construction under the regulatory approval process, but we have to wait until we get the full license to construct for nuclear construction. And so you can see here the red box is really that previous dashboard around the pilings. And so for all intent purposes, the whole site infrastructure is being prepped, it's ready to go, and we're eagerly waiting this license to construct. So a bit of an update, and I'm happy to show you firsthand if you ever come to Darlington. I think on the theme of innovation and advancements in technology, we're really excited about what we're doing around the reactor building. Last year, I think I shared and indicated that we have a team that is working very closely on a weekly basis with GE on the intricate details of how the reactor building is being designed. And I can tell you it's a lot simpler to sit behind a computer screen and detail out, what it might look like. But the reality is of the men and the women that actually have to fabricate and weld and build and make sure that it actually meets the requirements of a nuclear QA program is very challenging. So what's really interesting for us, we're afforded the opportunity under this integrated project delivery model where we actually can integrate into the design. We have the opportunity to provide detailed input, provide feedback based on R&D, provide real insights to make sure that when it is designed, we can actually build it. And so that really does provide us an exciting opportunity, and we're taking full advantage of not only being able to provide that input, but looking at innovative ways to deploy technology, which gives us confidence that we can actually drive down that cost and increase the quality of the work that we're doing. So I'll share a little bit about our Welding Center of Excellence. I won't go through this in great detail, but we've got a great team that is leading all the complex welding that we're doing for this program. Last year I showed a little bit about what we're doing for weld process development. We're doing a lot of R&D around robotic assessments. We're taking a look at all the different types of joints and the profiles in terms of how does the metal fit together. How difficult is that to do on a consistent basis? Can we actually provide some impact to the designers so that they change those profiles to make our jobs easier? We've talked a little bit about some of the mock-ups that we've done, and there's quite a few mock-ups that we've done full scale to build these sections to understand how difficult they are and how do we get tooling in and out, or in some cases, how do we get people into the shaft of the reactor as we're fitting these up and constructing them in the field. Not only that, as we talk about not only just fabricating, but we do LiDAR 3D scanning. So when we actually build a component, we do a scan that's very accurate. We can do a digital twin, and we can actually do a digital buildup of those reactor components to make sure that they're going to fit when we actually get them to the field, so that our trades and our people are actually confident that there's not going to be a lot of rework or less adjustments that need to be made, again, driving out cost to the execution. Talked a little bit about the number of Nelson studs that are actually in the design. And just to recap, there's about 1 million of these studs throughout the reactor building configuration. It is a huge amount. Historically, the industry has done this manually. Did it for the AP1000s. I've done it in other similar designs. And it's highly repetitive, but there's a lot of production variability. It depends on the operator. It depends on the location of the studs. And so we talked a little bit about this concept last year about this idea of let's leverage innovation and technology and try to figure out how do we do this better, faster, cheaper. And this is a video that I received this week from our Welding Center of Excellence. It's not necessarily 100% in production, but what it is this is this concept coming to reality. And so what you can see here, it's kind of hard to see, but this plate is effectively a diaphragm plate where the welded studs will be applied. There's no manual layout that has to be done by a welder or somebody in the shop. It's all CNC driven. And these studs are applied in a very consistent fashion. You'll notice down here, there's also a number of studs that are actually on a panel. Built on our nuclear QA requirements and code compliance, every 100 studs that are welded, we do an actual QA check on the 101th stud, and it actually gets logged to make sure that the process is in control and that it's actually meeting the qualifications. So this particular investment is something that we know will pay dividends in terms of worried about the number of welders that we need. How do we make sure that we've got productivity in our shops? How do we make sure that those components that are coming out of our shops are meeting the requirements so that what we have is a good quality product going to the field? These are the types of solutions that we're thinking whenever there's a BWRX 300 that's deployed, we can actually bring that technology solution through partnerships and localize it. This gives you a little bit of a closer look at the servos in terms of how these studs are being put on, but these machines can run 24/7 if we want them to. So what it does is it actually compresses the production schedule. This particular process is not the bottleneck in the process, but it gives you an indication of some of the automation that we're actually looking at. Another complexity of the reactor building are these segments that are still being designed. There's some small changes with regards to the materials, the thickness of the plate, how are the baffle plates inserted, how do we actually get the welds inside there to meet compliance. And what we find is that there is a lot of welding. No surprise, it's a reactor building. There's a lot of welding, which means there's a lot of heat. There's a lot of heat, there's a lot of distortion, and there's a lot of pulling on those components. From our perspective, back to the design input, when we understand what those forces are and those impacts, we can make sure we can actually design fixtures that make sure that those structures are actually really, really rigid and they maintain. And we can look at our weld sequence and processes to make sure that we can actually control the output. And so, not again in all situations do you have the ability to provide manufacturing, construction field feedback to the design. You can actually really influence to make sure that we've got a better product. So this is it coming into life. This is just one of the cells that we have. But you can see kind of the concept with regards to how do we actually support the diaphragm plates and DPSC components, and how are those fixtures going to be installed into the plants. Last year we talked a little bit about this concept of, again, another fully automated weld cell. And these are, if you can imagine, a smaller diameter on the left and a larger diameter on the top right. But these are effectively, I think you can visualize the ID, the inner diameter and the outer diameter of the reactor building. And again, this will be a fully automated process where the panels that go on with the baffle plates are those panels with all the shear studs that we just talked about. And so this will also be a fully automated system where what we can do is we can make sure that we've got the process control and the reliability to be able to meet the capacity that we need to feed the site. So we've taken that concept, this is still probably about 6 months old, so we've taken it from a preliminary concept to probably more of a detailed design. And what you can see here, I'm not gonna let this go through, but there's 2 robots at the top that will pick and place the baffle plates. There's 2 robots here that are outside a screen, but basically when the plates are put on, the other robots come in and what they do is they weld the baffle plates. That whole manipulator turns upside down, the closing plate goes on, and what the robots will continue welding. It's a longer video, I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I think you get the idea of innovation and automation. Further beyond that, one of the things that we really wanna make sure is because it is first of a kind, there's a lot of challenges and there's a lot of lessons learned, and we'll call it, a certain level of risk. So our teams are actually building full-scale mock-ups of the actual base mat, which is the bottom of the reactor, and you can see that there's the inner diameter and the outer diameter. And so this is an initiative that we've decided to fund and invest so that what we can do is we can make sure we can get ahead of those advancements or some of the challenges that we have in the field. And really what this is, it's a validation process. It's not about to understand more about the risk, but it's more about being able to say, how are we actually gonna build this outside of the shaft before we actually get into those project execution situations and scenarios. So just to wrap up, our view is we need to deliver the first unit, as Kalev always says, everybody's watching, and it's quite important that we deliver this successfully, not just the first unit, but the additional 3 at Darlington. And it's under an integrated project delivery model, which there's lots of questions that we're seeing from the industry with regards to how does the model work? Is it really effective? What are the pros and cons? And so we were actively engaged with regards to the culture, the ability to have what we call the best athlete, making decisions that are in the best interest of the project. It's not always the best interest of the constructor or the engineer, but you need to make best interest for the project to be successful. And I think that's a very important cultural element of the commercial model where historically in EPC, you're protecting your role. And if there's a change order, and there's some litigious aspects to it. It's much more dynamic with regards to if the project needs to shift and move. Very simply, we shift and move. But that's a united decision as the project. We are for sure going to continue with our focus on leading manufacturability, supply chain, and constructability. That's our role. It's very important to us. We need to make sure that we get that right. But that also cascades into the actual confidence of a schedule and an estimate. And very much, not just from a 4-unit focus at Darlington, we're very much looking at a program view. So our conversations with GE Hitachi, they extend to different jurisdictions like Estonia. How is it that we can actually take this knowledge, partner with local organizations, partner with project partners to understand how do we actually bring those solutions that make sense locally that actually benefit the project. Supporting the deployment of the BWRX is really foster collaborative contracting and delivery models with owners and partners. Support project setup, planning, and development. That's one thing that I can't underestimate is that the value of being involved early actually really does provide a very solid baseline with regards to setting expectations. As a constructor, we've been in projects where we get a budget and a price and a scope of work too late in the game, and when we actually look at it and estimate it, it's very difficult to actually meet what's been set. When you're part of that, you have a commitment because what you've done is you've challenged each other to understand what are the likely outcomes in the scenarios with regards to cost forecast, project risks, and schedule to complete. Big focus on de-risking the project, but also making sure that we've got the right partners and teams. So that's it from Aecon. That's a bit of an update. There's a lot more that's going on in the background, but in terms of today's update, hopefully that gives you a bit of a glimpse on some of the advancements that we're making. So thank you for your time and your attention. And I guess maybe we'll open up to Mark for some questions.
Greg, we have a few questions and only 80 seconds or so it'll need to be 1 or 2 words answer per question.
Are you saying that I'm on schedule?
We are on schedule, but to stay on schedule, we're going to have small modular answers. So a quick question we got was, is the automated welding done on-site or off-site? And I think with the Cambridge site, we saw off-site.
Actually, it's a combination. So what we have in Canada, what we've just decided to do is because we have established facilities, they're about 100 kilometers or so away from the actual site. So we're repurposing our complete facilities to do off-site fabrication. We have on-site fabrication with regards to receiving those modules that I showed. Those modules will get sequenced into an on-site fabrication facility, which will be built into modules, so effectively large rings. That's one slide I didn't have, which showcases how are we actually going to lift those into the shaft. So the team that's looking at this and what we've showcased is also leading how we're going to fabricate on-site so that we're using similar tools, similar robots, similar non-destructive evaluation techniques. So it's a combination of the two. But what I would say, Mark, and it's not a short answer, is that every region could be different. It depends on what the region needs. If you want one suite of a facility on the project site with raw material coming in and modules coming out the other side, all those process steps have to be taken. You may be eliminating transportation risks, transportation costs. The question is what's right for the project.
Bottleneck and all this, you said that the Nelson studs being welded wasn't a bottleneck itself, but do you have one big bottleneck that keeps you up at night?
Yeah, I would say the second automated cell, the weld cell, is currently the bottleneck, but it's not a bottleneck that is slowing down the construction at the site. So we currently have, for that particular process, the option to replicate those cells because we can easily increase capacity by building more cells. But we also have, in the current plan, running 5 days a week, 2 shifts. So if we need to run overnight or run on weekends, we can actually easily address that bottleneck to increase capacity or reduce it as we see fit. So,
and then somebody's asking, is it an expensive venture to make the mock-ups, the full-scale mock-ups, or is this money well spent or less expensive than it looks?
I would say it is such an important investment that we're making. You know, we saw it at Darlington with refurbishing the CANDU reactors. We built a full-scale mock-up of the reactor face to train our trades, to validate tooling. And so what this is, even though it seems like a cost or an investment up front, when you think about that positive impact in terms of being able to deliver a project on time and on schedule, it is such a valuable return. And not doing this for the first time in every region is something that we need to do as an industry to make sure that we de-risk.
And then one last, and then I'll have to have no more questions or just handle them with Greg during lunch. Somebody's asked how many engineers and workers are involved in this stage and preparatory work before construction started. I think we saw 1,000 or 1,200 from Greg is expected during peak construction, and then.
Yeah, I think Frederick's numbers there are pretty accurate based on our load boards that we see. But right now, I think we have about just under 200 people that are working at the Darlington site, which include both trades and non-trades. But then we also have remote, teams that are working across OPG, General Electric, Hitachi, ourselves, and AtkinsRéalis. So probably in the neighborhood of directly and indirectly, probably about 350, 400 people. Not all full-time. Some are subject matter experts that you bring in for specific focus.
Thank you very much, Greg. And we will have Elise introduce our last speaker before lunch.
Great, thank you.
When it comes to the construction of nuclear facilities, it's often an international undertaking where the experts of many companies are involved. Samsung Construction and Trading Corporation Vice President Jung Kim will share his experiences and lessons when it comes to new nuclear facilities. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Greg just reminded me that I was the last one before lunch, so I try to, and I'm sure everyone's hungry, so I'll try to finish it up as fast as possible. Good afternoon. My name is Jung Kim. I am responsible for nuclear business for Samsung C&T. And really, first of all, I do like to take this opportunity to thank Fermi Energia team for the opportunity to discuss and tell you about Samsung C&T. Greg actually talked to you about what's happening in the DMPP, the lead unit of X300. Well, I'm sure some of you guys are aware of who we are as a Samsung, but we are truly a EPC construction company beyond the handphones and TVs and appliances. So I'd like to today to share a little bit about what we do as a constructor, especially in the nuclear construction. Additionally, there is an intent for us to pivot from a construction-only business to a EPC delivery company for small modular reactors. So this is something that we are very excited to take a journey and becoming a premier EPC provider for the SMRs. For the last 3 decades, Samsung C&T has played an important role in constructing nuclear power plants, both in Korea and in the UAE. And I'll go through a little bit about some of our experience in both in Korea and in the UAE. Before I dive into discussion, as I said, I do like to take the moment to congratulate the Fermi Energia team for the recent progress in the SMR development milestone. Your achievement in initiating the site selection process is a key step for bringing in the nuclear power in Estonia to reality. So I want to congratulate, well done, and I think it's just the beginning of the journey, and looking forward to establishing and building, deploying X300 to Estonia. So let me start with a little brief information about Samsung C&T. So can you give a little, it's a 2-minute cut of video of what we do, so give you about Samsung C&T.
Who we are today is the culmination of our relentless pursuit to reach new heights. Our courage to challenge limits and charge full speed ahead across vast seas. Our passionate dedication to achieve safe and sustainable energy. In 1938, our journey began with the opening of Samsung Samhae. Since then, we have built Incheon Bridge, the longest bridge in Korea, Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, and created a solid track record, completing landmark structures around the world, setting records for the world's longest, tallest, and firsts. We have achieved historic milestones in construction, thus leading market trends and emerging as a global powerhouse. Samsung C&T's experience and technology brings humanity's imagination for extraordinary architecture to life. Taking on new challenges with bold action and determination, we have created global landmarks that surpass the world's expectations, transforming urban landscapes with creative and experimental spaces that explore new possibilities for the future of architecture. Samsung C&T's differential technology and expertise serve as a foundation to support prosperous lives and industries worldwide. Breaking down boundaries and borders, connecting people and space, below and above the ground, across the skies and seas, expanding the realms of life. We have spared no effort in realizing the infinite value of resources that light up the world. Executing some of the largest power projects globally, we have grown into a global top tier in the power market, enhancing our competitive edge in the field of renewable energy, keeping pace with changes in the energy paradigm. Through the distinctive creations of Samsung C&T, we are committed to building a better world, a better future for our Earth and humanity. Creating Futurescape. Samsung C&T.
Can you do the next slide, please? So a little bit about our Samsung overview. You saw the video. We are a infrastructure energy business. We are a #1 company in Korea, a construction company, EPC company in Korea. We have been ranked as a #1 for past 10 years and very proud of it. And you can see that our financials are very good. And that's kind of the leverage that we can bring to projects globally. And we hope to bring that expertise come to us. And this is an area that I think we are very capable of providing support in Estonia. A little bit about our organization. We are a focus on energy solution business unit. You saw the power, PV, nuclear. We have recently reorganized, and we have a head of the overseas business development division, and I'm part of the division that's responsible for selling, providing nuclear construction and EPCs. A little bit about our Samsung E&C. Our construction and trading company is divided into 3 business areas. One is building, civil, infrastructures, and plant. As you can see from the plant side, nuclear power plant is just one of the experience that we bring, but we also have significant experience providing the power generation in combined cycle, renewable energy, and thermal energy as well. Civil infrastructure projects, we have projects globally building bridges, tunnels, railways, the water infrastructures. In terms of building, we are very proud of the building, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. This is the tallest building in the world, and we have been part of the building mega structures like Burj Khalifa. Some of the new business area, SMR business is an area that we are trying to pivot to provide a complete EPC solution. As I mentioned, construction has been kind of the only kind of the business model that we had in the past, mainly large reactors that the Korea has been building over the past 40 years. And we like to kind of pivot and becoming a EPC provider for smaller modular reactors. We also have PV and ESS solutions along with high voltage cables, and we are currently working on integrated hydrogen solutions for our clients. Some of the experience in the power plant experience, overall from a construction-only business, we have delivered over, now with the 2 ongoing projects, close to 12 gigawatts of nuclear construction. But really, at the end of the day, over 60 gigawatts of power generation experience that we provide is a experience that we can bring to the table and provide a solution, integrated solution to Estonia. Lastly, this is kind of the really important part of the conversation. The flexibility to bring financial solutions to the table is very important. We work with many of the Korea investors, including the ECA, the KX Sims, and other institutional partners, both Korea and foreign, is also a, I would say it's a big leverage for us, and it's an important part of bringing private investment to deliver projects like nuclear power plant construction. In terms of global presence, we are truly a global company. We have presence over 28 countries. We recently opened our office in Poland in 2023. In Romania, we opened our office in 2024 last year to bring our growth in Europe. I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that we're doing in Romania. So our nuclear construction experience, let me kind of talk about that. In terms of the delivered nuclear power plant projects, as I mentioned, we have completed 8 projects, and there's 2 units that are ongoing today in Korea. And last year, both Sandor and Henry from Fermi Energy visited our office, our construction site, and they were able to witness the enormous amount of the effort that's required to build infrastructure projects like nuclear power plants. In terms of our resource availability, we do have enough resources to deliver 3 large nuclear power plants simultaneously. So when we start getting to kind of scale up in delivering a SMR, we expect the amount of people that's required is not going to be less, because you still need the required number of, the management that's required to manage the nuclear project will be similar. So, but the amount of the labors that are required to build the plant will be significantly less than a conventional large reactors. So kind of sum up our competitiveness. What is our competitiveness? What we do like is to collaborate. Obviously, collaboration is very important, but having a single construction responsibility is very important in delivering a successful project, especially when it comes to on-time budget and on-time delivery. Samsung also brings a global supply chain, so having a proven supply chain is also important. And having that 30 years of providing nuclear construction experience is really the value add for our company and competitiveness. EHS, unlike the conventional infrastructure projects, having a strong EHS program is also very important to run a nuclear power plant project. And I'm sure, Sandor, you have witnessed the amount of the oversight that's required to manage the nuclear construction site. So having that systematic management approach to manage the very large crew of workers and supply chain that comes along is very important. And that is really the key to Samsung C&T's is competitiveness. A little bit about going back in history. We started our first project as a main constructor for Ulsan 5 and 6. And that's a project that began in 1999, and we finished it in 2005. This was one of those replicated units. So they were repeated of these projects before, and the construction period was actually reduced from 56 to 54 months. Shinwolsung is another project that we were the main contractor for, and this was the first optimized pressurized 1,000 reactor in Korea. And some of the highlight included including introducing some of the technologies and methods to improve schedules. Obviously, if you look at the schedule alone, it wasn't the 50 months or 56 months, our standard plan. There were some challenges that we had to go through, And I could probably answer some of that questions during lunchtime or privately. This is a recently finished project in UAE Baraka Nuclear Energy Plant. There are 4 units that we were able to complete, and this is the first international project that we were involved in. Very proud of the milestones, and I'll talk a little bit about the lessons and some of the challenges that came with building these 4 units in the UAE. Low-level waste depository also, that's one of those areas that I know that as you start planning for reactor operation, we need to think about some of the low-level repositories that you need to be ready when you start operating these plants. This is the ongoing project that in Korea. There's 2 APR 1400 units that Samsung is currently constructing today. One of the highlight, at the end today is the end of maybe the middle of this summer. The fuel will be loaded, and commercial operation is scheduled for sometime this time next year. So it'll be a good big milestone. This project went through a lot of challenges, and it was not an easy from both politics and commercial because of some of the changes that occurred. Romina talked about some of the design changes and that occurred during the construction process, and this project faced many of the challenges that we've seen similarly globally. So another ongoing the project that we are involved today is a NuScale SMR project in Romania. We are currently performing a FEED study. So the FEED study is really to purpose. One is to come up with really the cost of the project. How much does the estimated project cost for this project to build in Romania? It is to replace a existing coal power plants. Now, as you can see in the picture, all those coal power plant infrastructures are all gone. So it's ready for deployment. As soon as this FEED is done, the final investment decision will happen sometime this year, next year, and we'll able to proceed with implementation of this project in Romania. So let me talk briefly about some of the lessons that we've taken from UAE and some of the technology improvements that we have gained, and we will continue to utilize these lessons learned. Greg from Aecon talked about lessons learned that are being gained in Darlington lead unit. Those are the kind of the lessons that we would like to work with our partnership. And later in my slide, I'll talk about the global SMR partnership that's required to successfully deliver these projects. And it is critical that partners and cooperation through construction companies like Samsung and Aecon to share those information in order for us to be successful in delivering projects over and over through the replication. So can you run the Baraka construction video, please? As you can see, 15 years ago, there was nothing but sand in this location. So that was really a snapshot of the last 4 unit was completed commercial operation September last year. So over the 14 years of our past time, we were able to complete this project, I would say relatively on time. I say that because while the construction was complete, ability to operate the plant wasn't quite ready. So there was time period where the owner was standing up the operating company, and that's one of the kind of the lessons that we can take away from a new nuclear countries like Estonia, having to establish a operating company. You know, we talked about earlier in the conversation about having a license, a regulatory body established yesterday. Similarly, the operating company, having established an operating company is very important. So these are the key milestones that that went through. And right now, today, as of today, the UAE, those 4 units of Barakah Nuclear Energy Plant is providing 25% of energy needs, electricity needs for the UAE. I'll just go, this is, you saw the video, so I won't go through the progress. This was a typical project milestone, which was standard 56 months. I think the construction to finish is about 60 months for Unit 1 of Barakah unit. However, commercial operation had some challenges. What are some of the construction packages that we developed and prepare? This is an area of civil architecture, piping, commissioning, infrastructure, other mechanical and electrical packages. These are all the things that you would have to be prepared for get ready for construction. And these are the things that we will bring to the table and systematically develop these packages to deliver the projects. 21,000 at the peak of the construction. That's a lot of people, and that's an investment. That's the risk, the volume of the risk that we talked about earlier in the conversation. And hopefully the level of the labors and intensity that's required for delivering an SMR will be much smaller and manageable as we go forward. I'll go back, talked about the nationalities was another interesting data that you could see that we have the nationalities from many different countries, and that was also difficult challenge that we had to manage. Some of the project challenges and lessons learned, the long distance transportation. UAE was in kind of the middle of the center of the Middle East, and we had to bring everything from outside, and that there's a significant transportation risk. Obviously, I hope that this region do not have as much transportation or the logistical challenge, but that is something that we had to manage, and one of the things that we managed was through the early delivery schedules. So obviously we have the project delivery schedules that we managed to be, but everyone worked to a early delivery schedule to mitigate those challenges. Having to work in extreme conditions, high heat, high humidity. We're going to have to think about similar things in this region because it's going to be cold, long winter. How do we mitigate that? And that's an area that some of the local experts will have to work with them to start thinking about and planning those sort of challenges. As part of the first MPP deployment country, many of the workers were not used to the nuclear construction environment, so we had to come up with a training program to deliver the basic theory, the concept of nuclear power, and we created a training school to teach some of the working level technicians and unskilled laborers to train those workers. And this actually turned out to be very useful because that created the nuclear safety culture for the entire the community and and the project. The challenges of the managing the lost time injury, that's very important as for any other infrastructure project, managing the HSE requirements and having to run a safe construction project is very important. Some of the technology improvement over the course of delivering our project, unlike the X300, this is a conventional way of building, power plants, and concrete pouring has always created these voids, and we were able to come up with technology that prevents some of these voids that are found in concrete pouring process. Another important is it's similar to a modular concept. It is a lifting activity that requires a lot of planning and careful engineering, because these heavy lifting requires time and a lot of planning. So we were able to assemble these rings at the site at the same time, up to three rings at a time, and install them to improve our scheduling and the construction timing. Same thing with the automatic welding of the Entraplex equipment. We were able to utilize our robotics and automatic welding process to improve defects, because all these weld points have to be 100% inspected. So in order to create a improved process, mitigate rework, these are the things that we have to do, and I'm glad that the AECON team is already going in and looking at the process to improve the welding process. Same thing with some of the modularization. We've tried to incorporate some modularization, but not the conventional power plants do not have heavily modularized equipment and components. So that's something I know the GE team and other technology companies are working on. So what is our global SMR strategy? So our strategy is centered around our desire in becoming an EPC solution provider, working with various different Entraplex technology providers. The success in delivering the SMR is the ability to replicate through fleet deployment, and this will increase our delivery certainty. So what we're trying to create here is create a one-team delivery partnership. And what does that mean? Well, creating a partnership that enhanced collaboration and communication, improve efficiency, cost saving, better risk management, stronger stakeholder alignment, and most importantly, on-time project delivery. Having this integrated one-team model brings really important to the success, and we'd like to bring that solution to you to come up with a one-team delivery model. One of the areas as part of the global strategy is becoming bring other solutions like data centers and hydrogen solutions as part of our strategy, and that's something that we can leverage using our global supply chain, and also importantly, the localization. Nuclear quality management is also another important part of success, because without it, we are in a very unique construction environment. So there's a heavily regulated process and systems that you have to put in, and that's what we bring to the table. We'll work with the local companies in Estonia or in the Baltic region, and becoming a more collaborative effort. We're not going to bring 3,000 workers from Korea to Estonia. We're going to have to work with the Estonian local companies. We have the experience of delivering nuclear construction. We will work with them. We teach, you can learn, And after 2X300, you know, maybe you can deliver more at a later time with your skilled labor forces from Estonia. So this is, I won't go through in details, but you know, the localization really is an important part of our plan, and we'll leverage our experience from UAE project to bring those procedures and process to the table. Qualification, we'll use our process and procedures in place to qualify the workers in Estonia or from the region, so that we have access to those right resources for the company, for the future projects. So really, at the end of the day, I'd like to finish. You know, we have always been a forefront in innovation and excellence in nuclear power plant construction. And as the world moves toward a cleaner, more sustainable energy future, we are committed to leading the way with SMR technology by combining our expertise and a partnership, most importantly. We aim to redefine what it means to be an EPC provider. There's energy challenges in the 21st century, demand bold solutions, and Samsung C&T is ready to meet them head on. And together with Fermi Energia and the people in this room, we can usher a new era of clean, reliable, and sustainable energy. So thank you.
We have a few questions, but in the interest of getting to lunch, I'm just going to tell everybody to mob you and not let you eat and ask all their questions there. So I think we're going to go straight to Elise's announcement about lunch and parking.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So now we're going to have a bit of a longer break, but if you came here by car, so now is the time to go and extend your parking time, and we'll meet again at 2 p.m.
jah. Kell on 13:58, juba paari minuti pärast me jätkame.
We will continue in a couple of minutes, so find your seats.
Gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, put that cake and coffee down, come back, and we're going to get started on time and on budget for the afternoon session. As you are making your way over here, and I'm speaking over your conversation to suppress it, I wanted to introduce myself and also my co-host, Elise. Elise? Go for it.
My name is Elisa and I'm one of the moderators, but I'm also the scholarship recipient of Fermi Energia in 2022. And next to me is Mark.
Hello, I run a consultancy, Radiant Energy Group, based in Chicago, Illinois, and we have a business also in London, in the UK. I think the most interesting part of my background that I wanted to share is that I got an engineering degree, but went immediately into an awful slump in the nuclear industry and found my way over to nuclear advocacy, where somehow converted an engineering education to policy and media work. I worked with Michael Schellenberger out in California as we tried to save nuclear plants from closure all around the world, from Korea to France and beyond. We've been successful as a nuclear energy movement in stopping the closure of Diablo Canyon, and it taught us an enormous amount about how to achieve such big goals that people thought were impossible. We'll be working on a nuclear power restart conference this spring in Berlin, Germany. Although it is, of course, a long shot, nuclear now has majority popularity in Germany, and it's sort of a collective action problem and a failure of leadership. So one of the things we're trying to see more and more of is nuclear advocates go into the nuclear industry and in government to pursue nuclear energy. What we're also seeing is young professionals consider it their duty and even an honor to be both professionals who might work at a place like Fermi Energia, while also openly advocating for nuclear energy in their families, their communities, or online. I'm also helping support the Triple Nuclear Network, which pursues collective breakthroughs for the nuclear world, such as the 25-nation pledge in Dubai, where 25 nations, not Estonia yet, but like Estonia in the future, hopefully, agreed to work on tripling nuclear power by 2050. We also help get agreements from banks and other entities to finance such an increase in nuclear capacity. So in a way, I guess this is the first time I've said anything about this anywhere in the world, and where better to introduce it than this conference where new things get done. It looks like we're about time to start our afternoon session, so I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Aldrich Heijer. So the Netherlands is the same size as Estonia approximately, give or take 20–30%. The Netherlands has maybe 10 times more people, which has its disadvantages and advantages for developing nuclear energy. Fermi Energia has for many years now, had strong ties with nuclear development efforts in the Netherlands. I'm going to be there in a few days to figure out what's going on and if there's anything that can be done to accelerate it. But one of the people at the forefront of developing nuclear in the Netherlands is speaking next. Aldrich is founder of Orange Hills Energy, which is looking to develop reactors, and he's here to give us an update on what he's working on. Aldrich?
Yes, well, thank you, Mark. What we're working on in the Netherlands is something, of course, that is really important for us and for the Netherlands. But over the last couple of years, we have been mainly working on this below the radar. And the reason behind it is that we want to be ready, we want to do things right. And we also don't want to make sure that we create our own opposition too soon. Because, of course, nuclear is getting less of a debate, but still is in some areas a debate. And what we see in the Netherlands is that the progress we have made over the last years, we have made as a company, but also there has been a lot of progress in thinking about nuclear energy. And that's the first thing I want to take you on a journey with me. So, you know, 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, everything was going really, really well. And that means we have taken some things for granted. And we have forgot about our goals. Because the goal is to create things for others. And in economic terms, you call that products and services. We need to create things that are valuable to others. And unfortunately, to do that, we need energy. So energy is never the goal, energy is the enabler. I want less energy, but unfortunately I need more energy. So that is what I need. But in the European Union, we're now in a situation where we also realize some other things. We realize that maybe all the red tape isn't suitable for doing the things that we want to do. So we needed to refigure out what are the actual goals. And there are a couple of things that are really important in that. The main points are, we need to be able to do new things and we need to be able to do it fast. Whether you're an existing company or a new company, you should be able to innovate to compete in a world of innovation. And the second part is, it should be a no-brainer to invest in a European country, in my case the Netherlands, but also in Estonia. And how can you make it a no-brainer when you know that energy is the main enabler? Well, you need to focus on, can I get enough energy? So what are the sources? And 2 years ago I presented this same picture. I'm going to do the same again because maybe the audience is a little bit different, but this is really important. I cannot emphasize this enough. When you have a production process, but also when you have your home, you need energy, and energy is in form of two things. We have heat and we have electricity. We can convert electricity into heat and heat into electricity, and that's what we normally do in a coal-fired power plant, a natural gas power plant, or a nuclear plant. And how can we get heat at a specific location at a specific time? Well, we have some sources. So we have geothermal, biomass, fossil fuels, we have nuclear, hydropower, solar and wind, and that's it. So for the people here who are the policy makers and who say the word innovation daily, yes, we need to do new stuff, but this is it, right? And when you don't want biomass, for instance, you have less options to choose from. And when you go to the casino, you know, spread your odds to win. So in the Netherlands, we have, of course, left-wing, right-wing parties, green parties, and so on. Also a big party in the Netherlands this season of elections is the Farmers' Party. And it's quite difficult because the green parties are against burning biomass, of course against fossil fuels, against nuclear energy. Well, hydropower, we have in the Netherlands a mountain range which is 20 meters high, so it doesn't really work, the hydropower. And we have solar and wind, and maybe they're for that, but then we have the Farmers' Party, and they're not so much for solar panels on land, wind on land, or wind at sea for fishing. So that's a problem. However, over the last couple of years, there was a strategy that was mainly focused on solar and wind, and the main focus in the Netherlands, I will show you the map later on, is wind at sea. So what happens when you place wind at sea? Well, a lot of windmills far away from consumption, so long cables, but also the energy density of these renewables is quite low, so not just long cables, but a lot of long cables. And what happens then to your cost? This. So we are a little bit a front runner in this. This was published a couple of months ago and presented to our cabinet. If you compare the Dutch grid fees to countries next to us, and we're not even comparing them to the United States and the Middle East and some Asian countries, right? This is major. And this is the current situation. If you look at the future projections of our national grid operator, these are the projections for the future. This is not going so well because the costs are going up. And if we want to be competitive, we need energy as an enabler. And we need the cost to go down, right? Well, you can look at energy costs. So these were the grid fees, the transportation costs. And here's the electricity prices from a couple of countries. You see it's roughly the same. We had some issues surrounding 2022, right? And we still have some issues, of course. And energy prices are at the levels over here. If you compare this to the Middle East and the United States and Asia, it's still not really competitive. We need to get this down. But there's another challenge that we have, and I think every country has this already. And I think the Netherlands is one of the champions in this, and that is grid congestion. You have two types of grid congestion. One is the supply, one is the demand. So here's a picture of the Netherlands. This is for suppliers. So if you want to build a solar park, a new power plant, and so on, you cannot get a connection. Depending on the area where you are, you have to wait. How long, you don't know, because the grid operator cannot tell you this. They're not allowed. But in some of the provinces, they have said at least for the next 10 years. So this is the supply side, this is the demand side, and you can lay it on top of each other. So we have a problem that new suppliers cannot connect to the grid. The funny thing is, and let's see what happens in Canada, probably I can build a nuclear power plant faster than they can build the grid, right? So that's really interesting. But you cannot connect to the grid, and the off-takers who need to electrify, who need to build new stuff and need to innovate and grow, they also cannot get a connection to the grid. And this is the Netherlands. If you look at the main high voltage lines in Europe, you can imagine what's going to happen, what is already happening and what's going to happen and what's going to increase, right? Electric cars, heat pumps for your home, electrification of processes, data centers, AI, and so on. So this is just the beginning. That means for a nuclear power, we have just one option, and that's behind the meter, not connecting to the grid anymore. So SMRs in the Netherlands, well, the first thing here, of course, because of the grid connection, not connecting to the grid. But the other thing is the Netherlands is quite densely populated. So we need solutions that are high energy density, right? Small and then big power output. But we can supply electricity, of course, cost-effective heat, high temperature, low temperature, and so on to processes, to industry. So we strive to do this. Where are we? Remember, we are still below the radar, so I'm not going to tell you exactly where we are. But the main process in the Netherlands is that you need a building permit from a local municipality. This building permit is mainly about the door height and stuff like that. And the rest falls under our nuclear regulator, the ANVS. So we need local municipalities to be on board. And actually, we have quite a few local municipalities that are on board. I wasn't thinking that was easy, but actually it's easier than we thought. So this year, we're focusing mainly on the acquisition of the sites. Then we have the licensing process. In the Netherlands, by law, if we put forward all the documents, they have to provide us with a license in 6 months. This is not feasible. And I think if you zoom out a little bit, there are a lot of laws also in the European Union that are thought up but not feasible, right? So what you do, you work around it. So we have a pre-licensing process, and in essence, that's a process. It will take us an estimated 3 years to go through everything. And when we don't get any questions anymore from the regulator, we know we're ready, we can apply, submit, and then they have the six months. Right. On top of that, our government has an SMR program, which is running now. The first step is there, the simulations with all the municipalities who want to take part and all the provinces. And they simulate the licensing process. So who's going to do what knowledge do you need, who's going to do it when, and so on. And you know, what's going to come out of that? They're going to have a timeline, and they're going to see how to shorten this timeline. That's the first thing. And then the second step, in a couple of months they will start with this, is based on the anticipation of SMRs. So they will model SMRs in our energy system, on and off the grid. And we take part in that. And then based on that, there's going to be programs of support for which there's already budget, right? Okay. And the final part in the Netherlands that's quite interesting is that we have already a solution, intermediate solution for the waste. So by law, there's an organization called COVRA. They take the waste that we produce, store it at least until 2130, and then they need to have a final solution. But the nice thing about COVRA is you can visit. Mark is going to do so. So this is the high-level waste facility, ESMC squared, right? Nice orange building, the Dutch color, and you see one of the elements lowered in. But you can visit and you can stand on top of the high-level nuclear waste. I recommend everybody doing that. Also take your municipality members, because when I stood on high-level nuclear waste for the first time, the thing that I thought was, I don't understand this, right? I thought it should be really scary, but I don't understand this, and that is how I got into nuclear energy, right? But let's go back to the beginning. We need products and services. Products made by machines, by industry, stuff like this. We need, for the industry to innovate, we need low energy prices. But we also need to consider something that maybe some of the things we have done and maybe some of the things of how we're thinking about them right now are wrong. So in the Netherlands, there is, and also the EU, of course, we have carbon pricing. In the Netherlands, we have additional carbon pricing on top of the EU carbon pricing. So now, let's say you are a company, an energy-intensive company. And let me remind you, you want to be an energy-intensive company, right? Because you want to do a lot of work with the least amount of people. That's how you create value for people, that's how we create progress, and that's how you create high wages and the society that you want. So let's say you're a factory. You have a really large energy demand, and it's completely based on fossil fuels. But you have the opportunity to make 50% of that green. Will you do that? No, not in the EU. Why? Because if I invest in 50% green, there still remains 50% gray. And this 50% gray is more expensive than in the US, the Middle East, or Asia, based on the carbon pricing. And not only that, because of our push for certain types of energy sources, energy carriers, also the green part is more expensive. So what we're doing with European policies right now, and also in the Netherlands, is actively pushing out industry and also actively stopping innovation of industry in Europe. Maybe with good intentions, right? Let's push them a little bit with carbon incentives, but basically we have created the world that is that example. We need to get rid of that, so we need to change the policies. I hope this will be done. On the 26th of this month, there will be a clean industrial deal presented by the European Parliament, and that should be I hope it will be really different with less regulation and other options. But if you don't want to be dependent on that, you can have a solution. You can have an energy efficient, really energy intensive solution on a small area for your factory. And of course, those are the SMRs. Now, just to think about, in the Netherlands, we have plans for wind at the North Sea, plans for wind at land and solar on land. But the wind plants on the North Sea are 70 gigawatts. So even if we build 10 BWRX 300 units, it's not going to be enough. We need to build more. We need to scale it up quite fast and quite a lot if we want to have our production facilities, the chemical industry, everything that we have. And let me just focus again on this, because yes, we need energy, but remember, the energy is the enabler. We want to create services and products. We need to be able to, if somebody has a good idea, they can implement it quite fast, and they're not thinking about, do I have a future here in the European Union? And that is what we're trying to do with our SMRs. Thank you very much.
Now, we don't have a question, but I had a question. How has your effort been received so far when you're making an effort, like here in Estonia, to do a private development when there's been so much talk from the government about doing their own projects?
Yeah, so it depends on who you talk to. But if we talk to people living at the places we aim to build, there are a couple of things that come forward every time. So the first thing that comes forward is, if you build here, can we get rid of the solar parks and the windmills? Well, no, because we don't own them, right? But if we build, you don't have to put additional in. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing, and I don't know if that's positive or negative, are you the government? No. Okay, that's good. Because if you're not the government, you have to adhere to the rules. And that's not a good thing, right? And I think we have that all over Europe. Trust in the government is maybe not where it should be. But that is actually what we see. And that's the main feedback we get. And then that's the people living around, and then from the customers. So in our process, we want to secure the locations and then do the next step in the licensing, and then secure the PPAs, but we are getting actively approached by clients to have PPAs ASAP, because they need it.
Thank you very much, Aldrich.
I believe that the attendants of the conference will know that Fermi Energia submitted an application on the 14th of January to initiate special planning permission for the site of the power plant. Planning is important, so the big developments will be not random and they will be beneficial. So this year we have now the London Spatial Development Board, and Kati Tamtik, the CEO, will now look at the planning process of the nuclear power plant from the point of view of this government. Dear participants, yes indeed, as of 1st of January in Estonia, now we have the new board, which is the Land and Spatial Development Board. So we'll talk about what the board is doing now, what will happen tomorrow, and I'll talk about the background as well, what is important to consider, thinking about the government's view to the nuclear power plant development. So I'll start with the planning permission on the government level. Then Fermi Energia has submitted an application. Then from the legal point of view, we have a very good instrument for planning purposes, but we have not been very successful when using it. So I hope that this is going to be a success story. I can say right away that for our guests now, you can see the slides here in English. so it'll be easier for you to follow as well.
Aga kõigepealt siis Maa- ja Ruumiametist.
So first of all, about the Land and Spatial Development Board. This is a competence center for land and spatial planning questions. And our goal, looking at the bigger picture, is to offer a good quality and sustainable living environment, both in the cities and the countryside. So our portfolio is the entire country. We started in 1st of January this year, and it was created based on the land board, and here we added the land amelioration issues. So Agriculture and Food Board was added to it, and then everything to do with the e-construction from the Ministry of Climate, and in addition, Ministry of Regional Affairs and Agriculture was the planning e-register came under our board as well. So now the supervisory side is under the board, and then planning permissions will fall under us as well. So from the ministry, also Fermi Energia application will come to the board. But now talking about how to plan a nuclear power plant and what is important to consider. So here I'm not going to list the legal acts, but I want to share our daily practice. So what have been these questions and issues, and what it is what we're looking at in the planning process today. So if you look at the planning process, then what is important from the government point of view when we're planning for a nuclear power plant? So safety, assessment of risks, and management of risks. So that means that the location has to be such where it's safe to be for the power plant, and the entire area has to be suitable for the power plant. We have to make sure that the suitable distances are covered. The next is environmental impact. When establishing a power plant, there shouldn't be a negative impact on the environment, or if there is an environment, then we have very clear measures how to alleviate this impact. Water is of key importance. So how to assure suitable water? What happens with the cooling? So this is all which needs to be very carefully considered. Next is logistics and infrastructure. This is from the raw material, how the materials come in, how it's handled, and how it leaves, the transportation equipment, connection to the power grid, and all the other connections. And then international requirements, which are important in addition to the national requirements. And this is something which is very carefully monitored by the government. Then what is very important is the socio-economic impact. It is very important to involve the local communities, but we want to make sure that we know what the perspective for this area is due to this power plant being there. Waste management today has been already mentioned, what it is, what we're going to do them, how we handle them, and where the storage is going to be. So once we plan through all these issues, then we have a very clear understanding where exactly the site is going to be, and we have to make sure that yes, indeed, it is possible to build the power plant. But this is the easier side of things, because technically it's all doable. So now, if you talk about the planning process right now and what are the obstacles currently, so the most important points are inclusion and cooperation. Because planning of the power plant in Estonia is a cooperation project. It's not somebody's personal interest, but it's a community, government, state institutions, and the specialists of the field who all have to cooperate. And people from Estonia know what's happening with wind farms today, because some of the planning processes have been suspended because it's considered that they're not suitable for that region. They have a certain impact, so that's the inclusion side of things. They have to be very open in order to involve all the participants, so we don't have to fight about this project later. So now how we can reach the end of the successful planning process so we can build a nuclear power plant. I think the most important key word is trust. It's been mentioned more than once here today. But we have to have confidence in the society when it comes to this project. So it has to be good quality, it has to be transparent. So the people don't feel that something just is being done without taking into account everybody's interest. And with trust, once that confidence is there, then it's likely that the process is going to be successful. One of our goals is looking at the database and science-based solutions. So what is happening in Estonia is that we fight against many problems which are not existing because people think that something is harmful, that there is some sort of impact which doesn't exist, and the project gets stuck. But if we are looking at data and research, we heard about so much of international experience where these questions have been all solved, and we bring it all in here and we use this experience, then it's quite likely that the scary things are actually not that scary. When it comes to research, since a nuclear power plant is a project which, first of all, people think that it's all about danger, but this is where we have to maybe do more, not less. And in order to alleviate fears, to make sure that there is a research base, science base, because other development projects have shown us that developer comes to the planning process and says that we will deal with this later, but if we talk about trust, then this later might not be suitable because that creates a suspicion and opposition. It's important to have all the information available so we can discuss all these points and we know that people know what they're getting into. As I said, nuclear power plant in Estonia is a cooperation project. That means that we have to participate with different government institutions, local governments, and we have to make sure that local community is involved, because if we look at the failed projects, then many of them are failed because the local community is against it. They just say no because they don't want this in their backyard. Communication. This is a key word in order to build trust, to be proactive and talk about things as they really are, and rather say more than less. So we would be aware, and in the society would understand what is going on, what are the risks, how we alleviate these risks. And when the implementation happens, then in the energy and industry we do better, and contemporary solutions are very safe. Now, benefit on a local level. What does the local community get for having a nuclear power plant in the backyard? It is very important because if you talk about attitudes, then there's a key word as well, because this is always asked, that if I say yes, then what do I get from this? Now, the entire planning process has to be very transparent, because projects fail because it feels like somebody's trying to pull wool over your eyes or trying to get things done, and you're not really consulted. But this is what we do in the supervision level. But nuclear power plant is very sensitive, so that means that the transparency in the planning process is a key. So what do we have to take into account? Is that this is the first time we carry out this planning process in Estonia. So that means that this is also first for the government level. We have not done this before. We have many questions ourselves. So we have regulations for which are the same. Whether it's a single family home or a nuclear power plant. So we have other questions which we never had before. So that means we are constantly learning. We have many questions. This process is probably longer than regular process because we need to educate ourselves, to be involved, and to understand what the important questions are and what is less important. So cooperation project.
Aga minu võtmesõna, mida siit täna kaasa võtta, et kui vaadata Eestis
But my key takeaway is that if you look at the successful projects, they say that if there is a will, there is a way. That means you'll get a planning permission. So the society needs to want that. We need to want it on a political level. The community needs to want it. And then things will get done. And they will happen faster, probably, than we can imagine if we really, really want to have it done. So this is something for the developer to take away, that this a great deal of will needs to happen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Looks like there are no further questions right now, but if you have a question right now, then raise your hand. You'll get a microphone. So, but you said that this is the first time for you as well, so there are questions, maybe you need more time. So where do you see where you can get support and answers so you can do your job well? That's what we do on the government level. If we don't know something, we'll ask the others. Because as you could see today, there are so many projects already across the world. So these same solutions already exist. So this is not only these questions, but we do ask others, and this helps us to move forward faster. But then we need to adapt it to the Estonian context. Looks like there's a question. If you can have a microphone.
You can tell me to me.
And speak up. Yeah. I was interested to hear how are you approaching public engagement? Is this something that you can organize yourself, or are you going to involve third parties to help you out?
Vastan nüüd eesti keeles, jah.
So I'll be answering in Estonian. Well, in practice, we've done it both ways, because when it comes to the large-scale projects, then it makes sense to use foreign aid or external help as well, and to have strategic communication with the help of foreign experts. When it comes to smaller projects, then the government does it as well. So this is part of the planning process anyway. Everybody can be involved and have the say. But it's quite likely that it's a large project like this, the government will use the help of the third party.
Ja keegi sealtpoolt ka lehvitas.
Kas sobib, kui ma eesti keeles küsin? Olgu.
So as we know, we don't have the legislation yet on the government level. We are developing it. So when it comes to the planning permission, can this be concluded before the law is actually in place, or we get stuck somewhere? Because for certain questions you need to have law, and we don't have the law yet, so therefore we get stuck. So this is a very good question. And of course I'll ask the ministry if they've been analyzing this and have they thought about it. Because when you look at the planning permission law, because it does not say that we have to have additional regulation, but it says, yes, we have to have conviction that we can establish it, and we have to have the site where this facility is going to be built, because there are next stages as well, where the additional assessments, technical assessments, which will happen as well. I can't give you a final answer, but the Planning Permission Act does not create any obstacles right now. Ukrainian example says that nuclear power plants can be the focus of many events. So that means that security institutions have to be part of the planning. So there are certain questions that they don't have answers either. Thinking of the site, can it be taken over by hybrid methods, for example, and so forth? Have you thought about that as well? Today, our board has not considered it yet because the planning permission is in the hands of the ministry, but it's a very well justified question. And we need to think about it during the proceedings. Because looking at the security situation today, it's clear that a few years ago, when it comes to wind farms, when people were saying, what kind of impact are you afraid of? And that will never be attacked. But today we have to consider also security issues also in this context. Looks like there are no further questions right now. Thank you very much. And Mark will introduce the next speaker.
Our next speaker, Fermi Energia board member and environmental manager Diana Reviaco will come explain what Fermi has done to prepare for the special national nuclear siting.
Good afternoon. I was also asked to speak in Estonian. I will briefly, first of all, I would like to thank Kati for a very good overview, and I can follow up because I agree with Kati that it is a cooperation project, and we in Estonia are all doing it for the first time, but fortunately there's lots of experience globally. And I come from the world of fossil fuels, and what I really like about nuclear world is that there is a great community with a lot of international support to each other, which is encouraging. And I believe this helps us to learn faster. So Estonians know that we have submitted the National Designated Spatial Plan application on the 14th of January. And so what will happen next? It's being analyzed. Does it correspond to requirements? It's been sent to different organizations for review, whether all the covers have been covered thoroughly, after which it will be made public, and then all other potential nuclear energy developers can join the planning process if there is anyone other than Fermi Energia in Estonia. Afterwards, we presume that based on legislation, on average it's 3 months, it can be longer. So presumably in April, the government makes a decision whether to initiate the spatial plan or not. And very briefly, what is the process like right now? It's up here, it's the upper line. So the site selection, first of all, the preliminary siting, which takes place about over 2.5 years, after which the preliminary site selection is made, and one is selected, which is the most suitable. After that, in the second stage, a more detailed solution is prepared based on the one site, the technology, and where you have more information about the routes and transportation and all that. So first more general, the site, and then the second one is more specific. And there was also a question whether we need legislation. We have also looked into different best practices, and in order to identify a site, we as a developer currently don't think that there's anything missing in the Estonian legislation, because we have very different developments and projects already. There's no piece of legislation that would regulate choosing the site for a pulp mill well, and we have sufficient regulations for siting for whichever type of activity. But we definitely need legislation for the following stages, for safety, for construction permit, licensing. I'd like to outline this general plan. Local people always ask, so what are you coming here to build? What will it actually mean for us? So we have tried to visualize it as well as possible. The nuclear power plant is made up of 2 energy units, and there are adjacent buildings, office buildings, training center, storage, cooling towers, maybe. Depends on whether the site will be by the seaside or farther away from the sea, whether we need the cooling towers or we can have direct cooling. And then, of course, we have the electricity lines, the power lines as well. And the disposal facility. With the nuclear energy, people are afraid. There's no experience in Estonia, and as mentioned earlier, it causes fear. But the IAEA has regulated it very well, and when you start, I have experience from fossil fuels world, then it's not that well regulated when you start with a new project. You have different guidelines that you can read and start looking up criteria, what are the areas you need to think about and research. But in nuclear, the process is supported well internationally, and a spatial analysis has been done by the government as well. So these are green and blue areas where potentially a nuclear power plant could be established. And here we can also see the process behind me, with the different stages. In the first stage, it's a preliminary siting. So what are the reasonable areas for a nuclear power plant? And the second and third stages have been prescribed by the IAEA, and they coincide with the first and second stage of national planning requirements, where by the end of the first stage, you determine the site, and in the second stage, you describe the site in greater specifics. And as a developer, we have worked with more than 32 partners, conducted 71 assessments for 1.4 million euros. And not all the assessments have been necessary for siting, but they have been necessary to understand whether the project is feasible. Some of the more important assessments and surveys for a high-quality national designated spatial plan application is that we don't want to put forward all the potential sites. Upon further deliberation, not all were suitable, and we shared information with locals every step of the way, and we wanted to make sure that if we introduce a potential site, then technically a plant could be built there, and that required different assessments, screening of the sites, different geological surveys and studies, cooling solutions. We needed to understand whether there's sufficient access to water. And Fortum and Henriksen helped us map the potential environmental impacts to understand what the future plan of assessments would be. And so we have done preliminary assessments prior to submitting the application, but during the planning, of course, more thorough assessments will be done, and there will be more issues to resolve. There are numerous issues. So how did we come to the 2 sites that we also introduced in the application for a national designated spatial plan? As I said, the IAEA has a number of guidelines, and based on these, we put together a list of 150 requirements, and we ran a risk analysis. Of course, there's no ideal site. Every site has its pros and cons, risks, opportunities, and in addition to that, we also looked at the financial side of things, and the IEA also says that all projects should be financially feasible. Otherwise, the price of electricity will be too high and there's no point in completing the project. So, of course, the finances also are relevant. And our initial goal was to identify at least 3 alternative sites to have a representative selection. And here we have the different sites that we considered. We had 12 candidate sites, which coincided with sites identified by the state, and 6 made it to the final round out of 12, 3 in Viru-Nigula municipality and 3 in Lüganuse municipality. And in Viru-Nigula and Lüganuse municipality, some sites were excluded because they didn't have potential. Local people know about Aidu. It's an old quarry area and a good industrial area, it might seem, but assessment showed that there isn't enough water. So during the preliminary assessments, we were able to exclude certain areas. So based on common sense, an area might seem good, but there's a deficiency you can't get around. And so we looked at the project criteria, environmental criteria, and of course nuclear safety and security criteria, which take priority. And water availability is very important for safety. Often people ask why Lüganuse and Viru-Nigula municipalities, why did you choose these? Why not Western Estonia or some other region of Estonia? During consideration, there were a number of objective reasons. First of all, geology. So similar to the geology in Canada, because we want to proceed to what is already being done, to have as few modifications as possible. Closeness to the sea. Of course, we have the sea everywhere in Estonia, surrounding Estonia almost. But in addition to the vicinity of the sea, it was also important that there's depth to the sea. Estonians know, if you've been to Pärnu in the west, you get tired before you get chest deep in water. It's so shallow. And in this region, in Eastern Estonia, there are trained people. Our oil shale energy is in Eastern Estonia. There are people there who have industrial experience, who know about piping, pressure, pumps, very good socioeconomic fit, because nationally it's also important to develop this region. So a nuclear power plant would bring quite a number of well-paid jobs in the region and would contribute in socioeconomic terms as well. We have a very good cooperation there with the local community and the local civil servants. There's been a lot of open communication. Later I might touch upon it some more. And since historically all our electricity generation has been there, then there are good connections and grids there, and very good roads and ports, which are also important in the construction phase. This is what our planning area looks like. So yellow marks the potential MPP sites, but the planning area overall is much bigger, because we might need to make modifications to a road or build more networks, so all the connections on the grid. So that's why the area seems very big, but the physical nuclear power plant area is much, much smaller. And as Kati mentioned, then it is a cooperation project, and I agree that since we all are doing it for the first time, and there's a lot of historical fear and apprehension, then, well, on a daily basis, I speak with local communities. We have held more than 50 information days over the past 3 years with more than 500 local attendees, and you hear about the fears on a daily basis, and it's normal that people have fears. They have many questions, and they want answers, and they don't always believe what you say as a developer. You need to show them the facts, the studies. The information days, when we started with them in the beginning, then we thought we should show them what the nuclear power plant really looks like, because many people in Estonia have never seen a nuclear power plant, maybe in a photo. But when you see it in a photo, you don't perceive it the same way. You don't sense it and perceive how people live in that area. And local people ask, can I pick berries? Can I herd my cattle? They have lots of fears. And this led to very good cooperation with Olkiluoto nuclear power plants, where the locals were able to go on site, and more than 150 people have been there, and they meet local people, and the Estonian locals have been able to visit the power plant in Olkiluoto, been able to travel around the area, and now quite many locals recommend to others, go and see. It's actually cool. Quite a few people have said that I couldn't sleep at night. It was so scary. I don't know what's going to happen with all this. And after they visited Olkiluoto, they say, oh, it's great, actually. When can I come and work for you? So my own position is that if you experience something, you see it with your own eyes, it's worth more than 1,000 words. So you need to provide people with information, make it public, display every study and every step on the road, and have them actually experience what it will mean. And we have a small initiative as well. We opened the Nuclear Energy Information Room. Right now it's quite modest. It's in the town of Kunda. It will grow once the project evolves, and even now more than 1,000 people interested in energy have visited it. For Estonian people, 1,000 is quite a big number already, and people have come to Kunda from all over Estonia. Schools, the president has visited, politicians, and different public organizations who want to learn more. So people are interested in nuclear energy. They want to know more, and it's possible to get answers to questions. And if you can't visit a real working nuclear power plant, then in this information room you still get to see some parts of it and touch certain objects. So all of our materials have been uploaded on our homepage. We have always believed that you can't build a nuclear power plant in secret. Everything we do is public. People have access, they can ask questions, can read the materials. If the government decides to launch the National Designated Spatial Plan, then the materials will be uploaded on the government pages as well, and Environmental Assessment Board's pages. But we've already made everything public so that people wouldn't feel that something is being done behind their backs. And that's it from me. Thank you for your attention. We have received a couple of questions. Might there be the risk that the project will be closed down because the sites are close to the eastern border? We have considered it because, of course, it's a justified question considering the current situation. But we have received guidelines from the state that 50 kilometers from the border is fine. And we've understood that actually every kilometer of Estonia must be defended well. Thank you. So how do you manage the fact that temporarily in the construction site there will be more demand and employees? And does that have an effect on the public opinion? You mean that there will be so many people there that... So temporarily during construction phase there will be many more employees, demand for services, but later these people will go away. Yes, of course, during construction, the socioeconomic impact will be greater because different businesses will be able to earn more. And it's quite a long period of time as well. So 4 years for one nuclear power plant and 4 years for the other. And then Fermi will provide stable jobs as well. So I think if it's a public project, then everybody is aware how long it will take, what's taking place, and people can adapt, even when there are fewer people there. But I think the positive effect in permanent jobs will be created anyway. Any questions from the audience right now? If not, then thank you very much.
And now what's going to happen with the nuclear energy? And if we have renewable energy sources, so do we need nuclear energy? So do we have enough consumers? When it comes to nuclear energy, does it need to be as much support funding? So in energy business, there are interesting times, there are new questions, and with Urmas Voit will try to find some answers. My name is Urmas Voit. I'm from Fermi Energia team, and I don't even know if I can answer your questions, but I believe that this presentation is going to be interesting. And there's going to be 50 minutes, and you'll have a chance to ask questions. But do we have enough demand for the nuclear energy? Well, it's common knowledge that guys like to build also some machinery. And my focus today is that this is not a project for guys to build machinery, but this is something to be beneficial for the society. This is why we do that. So this is done through the plan of the Ministry of Climate. Where do we want to end up throughout these years? So we're looking at the year 2030 and what can happen there next. So we've been talking a lot about the reduction of energy consumption and an increase of electricity on top of that. So from heating to go electricity, transport is on electricity. And the last bigger push would be all sorts of computing, AI, data centers. So they also want more electricity. But if we now look back what has happened, then people from here and also our guests would know that over the last 20 years, economies have developed quite a bit. We see that energy consumption in Estonia over the last 19 years has almost not changed at all. It goes a little bit up and down, but we don't see any significant change. And these last two columns are the security of supply reports for years 2025 and 2030. We can see the leap there. And we know that there's going to be an increase, but if it's going to be like this or smaller, then all time will tell. So this is the graph I have, and I look at the example of Estonian consumption and consumption as we are more or less on par with the European countries, and I think this principle is applicable for many of you. So you can see the electricity consumption 1 year per hour. So you can understand the context, what it is, what we need to solve. So you can see these data points here. So 2030, in the plan of the ministry says that we have more wind farms.
2008, mitte hulk, aga siis see võimsus, mida nad välja peavad andma, on 2850 megavatti.
With the 2,850 megawatts per hour. So I plotted this on this, and now if you look at it, then you can see that there is a bit of an issue, because you have two very volatile graphs on top of each other, and they're very hard to understand. I'll make it a bit easier for you. But now I will also add, remove the wind, and I put in solar by year 2030. So here we have a better pattern, but at the same time there is still very clear volatility. So you can see the correlation here with what we would like to see in 2030 from the consumption side of things. Now here it gives us a bit better picture. I added wind back in. Left side, you can see when there is the least wind, and on the right-hand side is when you have most wind. So this comes from actual production data, and it's been then modeled on bigger capacity of 2,850. So we can see 60% of what we presume is going to be consumed in Estonia in 2030. So what concerns us with the curve here, because you can see that 60% of the need, but there's a whole lot of hours, 4,000 hours, which do not look that good. So I divided it into 3 zones. So we have produced and consumed energy. So this is where the producers and the consumers' interests align. Then it could be a problem with the society or a challenge, because the society might want to consume, but if you have only wind farms, it's not enough of the solution. And third, there's a problem for the generators. Not really a problem, but a challenge, which can be solved by cable connections with our neighboring countries, so north and south. But it's kind of hard to see how this cable would work the opposite way when it's going to the north, but technically it's possible. Now added solar energy, and the same graph where the wind and solar energy are both together. So what we can see here on the left-hand side, this is quite similar, and right-hand side goes up a little bit more. Now it's almost 80% of the need is covered, but 2/3 of the hours are still short of what we actually consume. So 1.6 terawatt hours by solar energy, about 45% is on the useful side, and that means we have less of a problem in the society. So 55 is on the useful, 45 is where there is a challenge for the energy producers. So now if you look at the debate in the society, not only here but elsewhere, then any storage is seems to be the right solution for the problem. So from the producer side, there is going to be a solution for the society. One example, we have a storage project we have heard about, is the hydro pumping station. Because in Lithuania there's a project which has been working since 1993 with 900 megawatts. So this is about half of what we want to do in Estonia. And it can move. Last year, it was movement about 0.5 terawatt hours from the problem side to the energy side. So 1.4, then the project which is twice the size, but so that means we can only have a 0.5 terawatts on the beneficial side. It's a little bit, but it doesn't cover everything, but putting it in the context, this tells us where we have to build more energy or less energy. Not the question. The question is not that whether we should do it or not. Now to 2030 and beyond, the Ministry of Climate document, or the vision, I'm not sure if it's a document, but it's a vision, where we are looking at offshore wind farms. They've been discussed, but I think the attitude is that we don't really know if we can have more than one. And in this plan is 1,000 megawatts of offshore wind farms. And so this is an almost linear line which shows what the offshore wind farm offers. So on the left-hand side is the least wind, on the right-hand side more wind. So we have a greater stability if you look compared to the wind farms on land. So this is why it says that the offshore wind is offering something that the on-land wind farms can't offer. But if you look at both of them, then it doesn't really cover what the society expects. So here all three of them. So we have wind farms on land and offshore and solar. So you can see on the beneficial side, it's 1.1, so a little bit less than the 1/3. But the logic here is that wind farms and solar energy will be available. Offshore will be added later. And then we find out if we're going to have good cable connections to Latvia and Finland, because they have their own tasks to solve, similar to ours. So is solar or on land or offshore, which has to go first? So, but it doesn't mean that we have to give up offshore. And 1.1 terawatt will be on the beneficial side, so less than 1/3. And we have an increasing problem. So what is this one thought I have to take away from you when I listen to the Orange Hill Energy presentation is we can see what the tariffs are going to be. We can see the context compared to our neighboring countries. So this is not going to happen overnight, and we have to pay attention to it. Because you could see there were slides. What is the TSO plan? It's step by step, it just went quietly higher. So the points where we are now, it also took many smaller steps. So the opposition is whether we have a nuclear power plant or not, but we're going to have this operating system fee. Not just, it's not going to be about getting money out of customers, but this is going to just happen step by step. We have to see what's going to happen if we use different technologies. Here on this slide, we have a nuclear power plant, but this is not one, but this is Finnish energy production profile. And instead of the nuclear power plant, let's say they have two 600 megawatt SMRs. So why there is more of the zigzags here? Because there is more maintenance and some sort of suspension. That's why we have more of a zigzag, because we can't really show one continuous line here, because this is not how the nuclear power plant produces, but produces more along one line. So this helps us to understand why do we have the zigzags here. I did not carry out the correlation study, but I wanted to see the correlation between these lines. But I guess you would understand that a nuclear power plant fits better into the context of the consumer, because we are not thinking about it too much when we go to bed. And now a deeper sleep, then 2/3 of the electricity is not consumed because we are asleep. But that's only solves 1/3 of the need. So if we bring in new fields, like for example charging your cars, so mobile transport with electricity, then it's quite likely that the nighttime consumption goes up, because this is the quiet time. You can can charge your car at home. So that means that the consumption will not disappear even if we're asleep. I added nuclear power plant here, 4.8 terawatt-hours. So I swapped offshore wind farm and nuclear power plant. And instead of 1.1, we have 2.2 terawatt-hours. And what does not change is the same amount of energy goes into the zone where the consumers do not need it. So we have to think if it's exportable to neighboring countries. And for wind and nuclear, we are not one market, because our one market is the Baltic countries, because we have enough connections that we can move electricity. We have connections with Finland as well, but we can't move electricity to Finland because their portfolio is of more quality production portfolio. Because it's more likely that they will send energy to us and we can send it on to the south, because we do not have many stable production projects in Latvia and Lithuania, which doesn't mean that they would not happen. But likely is that the energy will be moving from north to south. This 2.6 terawatt-hours is going to move onto the hours where the other countries south of us do not have consumption happening. So if they are developing offshore wind farms and solar panels, then these hours when we have 2.6 terawatt-hours additional energy, they have also bigger need. And the last view is about consumers, because the nuclear energy has a greater potential to offer solutions for the consumers when it comes to prices and offer stability. The system today, or the functioning mechanism, which is going to be amplified in the future, is that in different ways, based on different models, is going to support renewable energy development and offers guarantees which they get the financial coverage from the consumers, but the state is offering price guarantee. As you can see that the producers and consumers profiles do not match. So if you like drinking coffee in the morning, you put your coffee machine on, then you're fine. When I say that I'm going to drive past you and my car has a coffee machine in there, I'll bring you coffee in the morning. And when I say that I'm going to drive past your house 3 o'clock in the morning, do you want this coffee? Then it's likely that you say no. And so there's not a good match between consumers and producers. That energy will be sold through the stock exchange. So it's very difficult to get a price guarantee. They get a just price, which is a market price, which is also very unstable. So if you offer products and services based on this energy, they have a hard time pricing it so to remain competitive, because we are competing with Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norwegian, Swedish producers. We want to be competitive here. And since the nuclear energy profile matches better consumption portfolio, or the profile, then I think that Fermi Energia has taken the clear decision to have direct contact with the consumer and not going through the Nord Pool or the stock exchange, because these two would have a good match. This 2/3 of the consumption, which will not disappear overnight, regardless if it's wind is blowing or if it's summer or winter, and therefore it's a very good price stabilizer. So this was my last slide, and this is the last one. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer, but thank you for your attention.
Siin veel üks küsimus on, otsetõlginud inglise keelest, aga kuidas oleks väikemoodulreaktor...
So when it comes to the SMR, so how, if you have too much energy due to solar energy, what are you going to do then? Of course, if there is too much energy, then somebody has to stop working. But consumption is motivated. We have already experienced that. The Dutch last year did it the most. Finns, as we have zero prices and minus prices, and then you can manage consumption. This is one way to do that. But if you don't need energy, then somebody has to download. And the ones who hurt the most, if they're producing with zero and negative price, then they will stop producing. But you can't produce electricity which nobody consumes. But I can see that Estonia has been very good in the Baltic countries, where the electricity is going to go with the developments. And Lithuania has been also pretty good, but the nuclear power plant is going to be where the Lithuania doesn't have a too good of a solution. And there's Latvia as well. So if we have good connections, so the nuclear energy can move further south. I don't know what's going to happen in Poland by 2030, but there's additional cable to Poland. So in South Sweden, where they have a cable connection to Lithuania, they have high prices because they don't have much production and a lot of consumption. So I think we can manage with export. If it doesn't happen, as you can see the graph there, then somebody has to stop producing. And if you stop producing, then does it mean that there's some sort of expectations based on state guarantees? But that's a legal aspect, and these are regulations.
Mitte. Kas publikust, siin on käsi üleval. Mikrofon ka, kohe liigub.
So if we were to now look at in Finland and Sweden, we know that electricity price is cheaper. So in the future, when we have the nuclear power plant and we compare Finnish prices and Swedish prices, what will be the price in Estonia? Well, the price is difficult to say, but we can give some sort of an idea, because today, if you look at the Nordic average future, it's about 35 to 45 or 47 euros, so that's 10 years view. And we are 50 euros more expensive than this, plus 50 is going to be reduced. Compared to Finland or Nordic countries, we're not going to be less, but the goal is that we're not paying twice as much. So this is definitely going to be one of the tasks we're going to solve, but it's very hard to give very specific figures. But this is an indicator. If we could do as well as Finns, or maybe a little bit more expensive, then I think that'll be fine. But if we're twice as expensive, then I think this is not good. It's not good for industry, it's not good for data centers or electricity mobility.
Seal on ka käsi üleval. Mikrofon sinna ju.
Yeah, hello, your neighbor from Latvia, Alex. A question, do you believe that we need a single bidding zone in the Baltics? And then will all of us have benefits from the nuclear power in the whole Baltics? One question. And second question, do you believe in additional consumption from electrolyzers, electric vehicles, Rail Baltica, what else? Name it. Electricity for heating and so on. Because it can raise a price again.
Yeah, you need headphones now. Because I will answer in Estonian.
So my answer to the first question is yes, because I believe that's a very good idea, because it will be very good if we have the same zone when it comes to prices, when it comes to Nord Pool spot, because this it will give us a chance to have bigger projects and better projects, all of us. And the wind people say that the market is too small, so PPA market, so the long-term, we could have long-term contracts. So I believe there's going to be additional consumption. It might be a little bit delayed, but it's going to happen. So how extensive it is going to be, I think that there's going to be modest growth, but it's going to be a growth. So there are different reasons, which I already mentioned, that we want to participate in the economic growth, and not only as a thought exercise or services, but we want to produce something as well. So it's very important that we get to produce something, because everybody produces things for us. Then we don't really understand, but in a crisis, we are helpless. And I believe that we don't want to be helpless. Thank you.
Aitäh!
Thank you very much.
For our final panel of the day and the famous Fermi speech, we're going to have a quick coffee break. Please return 40 minutes after the hour so we can get started on time. I myself must run off to the airport, so this is the last you'll see of me. You're in good hands with Elise. It's been an honor to co-host this event again this year. Thanks.
minutike on jäänud meie viimase ploki alguseni, nii
We
et
will
palun
start
hakata
the
jälle
last
suunduma oma
session in
istekohtadele.
a minute.
Alustame varsti
Please
minipaneeliga.
take your
Ja
seats.
veel natukene
We'll
parkimisinfost.
start with
Mulle
our panel
öeldi,
discussion
sain
and a bit
info,
about
et
parking. I
see
received
väike
information
spiraaltee alla parkimisgaraaži on väga-väga libe, nii
that,
et palun olge
the
ettevaatlik. Ja selle ajast parkimisaja
is very
pikendamisega
slippery
on natukene veidrad lood, aga loodetavasti laheneb kõik hästi.
There's something strange going on with extending the parking period, but hopefully everything will work out.
Ja aitäh kogunemast, kes ei taha veel oma kohvitassi juurest ära tulla, võtke oma kohvitass kaasa.
You can bring your
Saate
coffee to
vaikselt
your
rüübata,
seat if you
kuni
like.
tuleb viimane mõnus vestlusplokk. Nii, ja hakkame pihta. Nüüd viimane plokk on meil minipaneel.
Now we have a mini panel, potential site expectations prior to the national designated spatial planning. So the potential establishment of a nuclear power plant raises lots of questions among the local community, people from further away, civil servants. I am also from Viru County, and now I would like to learn from the heads of Lüganuse and Viru-Nigula municipalities what they think about when there is discussion of building an NPP in their municipalities. I'd like to pass the floor to Lüganuse municipality elder Dmitry Dmitriev and the head of Viru-Nigula council Ainar Sepnik.
Nii, tere! Täh tulemast!
Thank you for coming.
Paneeli ette öelda, et me ütleme selle kohta minipaneel,
We call this mini panel discussion, but it's just a discussion. You can ask me questions as well. And if anybody in the audience has a question, so just raise your hand and let's make it an interesting conversation. To begin with, I have a question. How are your municipalities doing right now? What are the demographic tendencies? What is the general situation? Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to be positive, but things are not so positive. Demographics are declining. I just checked in our municipality, altogether 5,500 residents, so 500 people have left in the past 5 years. Percentage-wise, it's a high rate. And things are getting more and more complicated when we are against everything. So coming closer to today's topic, I believe we need to be open. Then maybe people will want to come and live in rural areas. We shouldn't scare people off, but we can manage. Our budget is 12 million. We live in a small industrial area with big industrial companies. We're used to it, and there's no other option, really, because people want sports facilities, swimming pools, but when the number of residents is declining, then, well, you need to maintain it somehow, and business is the most important way to do that. When you say against everything, then you mean against new ideas, or against what? Well, look at what's going on in Estonia right now regarding the wind turbines, for example. So that's the best example, really, that I'm not scared to say that there is a small group of people who are just rejecting everything all across Estonia, but at the same time they want to enjoy services. Estonian Cell is a good example in our municipality, how it was processed very quickly. The plant was established in 2016. In 2020, it was recognized as the best company. It employs 500 people and consumes 3.5% of peak energy load in Estonia. So a nuclear plant would fit well in our municipality. So this is the current situation. Thank you. And Dmitri, what about Lüganuse municipality? Well, quite similar to the rest of Estonia demographically. Ida-Viru County has lost many people overall, but all in all, Lüganuse municipality is going through interesting times. There are quite many plans and prospects. I wouldn't say that we're doing badly. I think that in the future we will be doing quite well. Happy to hear that. And next question. What do you consider your municipality's strength? Well, I think the development and planning processes that are currently underway, which have just begun or almost to be completed. Some are still ideas. So we have the designated planning from municipality level, from the national level. I think our municipality has energy-related plans, industry. So quite a number of plans have been launched simultaneously, and we even had to recruit another planning specialist. So fortunately, right now, we can manage with the workload. Things are moving along. We would like better cooperation from the national level and quicker response from them. But overall, I would say there are prospects, and this is what our team is working for. Very good. And what's the strength of Viru-Nigula? It's an open attitude and so the municipality mayor has given positive signals to business, and we are not nuclear scientists, we're not specialists with PhDs. So as a local politician, I'm not the one who would say what is right or wrong or whether you can do this or not. For that, we have experts and scientists. And in the current situation is the same. It is the designated spatial plan on national level. But I think the greatest strength is that we don't push entrepreneurs away, and at the same time we consider the opinions of the local community, and we also need to look at the natural environment. So you need to look at things integrally. It's not just the price of energy, it's also conserving nature and quick processing, like Dmitri said. So I would like to say that unfortunately the national level with different procedures holds us back. So we are trying to get a confirmation for our general plan for 7 years. And for that reason, the wind farm construction is halted, and that means that communities will fade away if procedures aren't accelerated. And Dmitri said that he recruited a second planning specialist, and it's not easy to find them. And I think that on the national level, the response time is too long. I share your concern with the general plan. For several years, the general plan has not been established, and I think quicker processing would do good on national level and on local level. If you had all the tools at your disposal, in what direction would you like to develop your municipality? Very simple. I would build proper infrastructure. It's the roads that are in worst condition. There are lots of gravel roads, and we need to clear the snow and to make sure that we have schools and sporting facilities. And this is possible, well, even when you say that when you have all the tools at your disposal, well, you need money, and to spend money, you need to earn money, and you need business, you need a good living environment. Unfortunately, it's the same in our municipality that it's top-level managers who actually live in Tallinn who work in Kunda, and it's just an hour away. It's quite convenient to live in Tallinn and just drive an hour to Kunda, but we would like people to live in our municipality. I think the former manager of Estonian Cell for 12 years led the company but lived in Tallinn and commuted daily. It'd be nice if the family had lived in Kunda. And I don't live in Kunda center because there are no good places to live. I live outside of the town of Kunda. And so private houses are expensive and the housing is dilapidated. What about Lüganuse? Similar objectives. Of course, we want people not to leave and return and to have a growing population. Of course, in addition to jobs, we also need to have a contemporary living environment which includes different services on site and also entertainment. But with all that, we also need to conserve habitats and natural environment. So we need to balance all the different aspects, the needs of the community and municipality, and I think every member of our team is working towards making sure that we evolve. And now, moving on with nuclear issues, a nuclear power plant, would it help you reach your objectives? And the strengths you mentioned, do they apply to the construction of an MPP if your site is chosen? If I may begin. Nuclear power plant is a broader topic that affects the entire country and the energy sector. When it comes to the municipalities who are willing to participate in the planning process, who are looking forward to this development and see potential in it, of course, we expect jobs. And the energy issue nationally to be resolved and developments locally. I believe that there's different ways to cooperate: residual heat, direct and indirect jobs, infrastructure that can be developed in unison. So we have all this in mind, and we are willing to develop cooperation so that the local residents would believe that it's not just the state who gains something and energy on the whole, but also the local people gain something who live nearby. Would you like to add something about Viru-Nigula? I've always believed that actually we should not be speaking only about nuclear power plant and nuclear physics. We've heard different numbers, 75 to 100 per unit, but nuclear physicists, maybe I'm mistaken, there's like 5 to 10 of them with specialized education. We see it in road construction, that you have construction workers, clients in the cafeterias. It has a huge impact on the local economy. So this is what I see as a benefit, that during the construction phase already, there's huge gain for the local region, entrepreneurs next to Rakvere city. So I would be very happy if Estonia would become a nuclear state at one point, and whether it's in Viru-Nigula or Lüganuse, in both cases, I'd be happy. It's all one county in the end. Yeah, so we're a little bit like competitors in this issue, but the greater goal is that we resolve energy-related issues. Who gains more or less, that's secondary. And we all want young specialists to return, and maybe somebody from nuclear energy would come back to Viru County, to Lüganuse or wherever, Viru-Nigula. But that would be one reason or motivation to return and develop something locally as well. So maybe you can comment on this. Well, if there are good opportunities close to home, then I'd love to return home. But I would like to live somewhere where you have services. I'd like to add that we need to also consider that electricity has always come from Viru County, and if the state wants to close certain sources down, then the mining specialists are trained who can be retrained. And if we shut something down, they will need jobs. So it just makes sense that these people should have new opportunities to stay in the region. Yes, that would be a great strength if it's used well. So which municipality would benefit from the nuclear power plant more? But no, us, we would benefit more. We must admit that actually Lääne-Viru County is how can I put it nicely? It's like the orphan between Ida-Viru County and Harju County. So a lot of investments have gone to Ida-Viru County. Something should come to Western Viru County as well. So maybe enough investments have been made in Lüganuse. So an environment with many industries inevitably is different from sort of cozy built-up areas. When we look at old industrial towns, then they're often sort of grey and brown and not so attractive. What do you think? How can we make sure that it's nice to live in an industrial area? Then we would not have this grey concrete everywhere. But you were born in Rakvere. You've seen Estonian Cell. Is Rakvere an industrial town? No, but Estonian Cell is in Kunda, and it's a very nice-looking, fresh, contemporary plant. And I think Dmitri and I can both say that we are the industrial areas. We have Kunda and Aseri, and Ida-Viru has its own. And that's the way it is, and people are used to it, and that's normal because money needs to come from somewhere. In Estonia, we have lots of beautiful nature and woods where you can decompress or get energy from the greenery, but industry is here to stay. Do you agree, Dmitri? Based on my own experience, I would say that when I went to Kunda as a child, and the town was really grey. Now the grass is green, and quite many investments have been made, and Estonian Cell is a very large company and has done a lot towards the same. I would speak more about Ida-Viru County, and I saw that some former colleagues are in this audience as well, and new parliamentarians. I think when it comes to Ida-Viru industrial towns, then again, I need to come back to some of the things that the national level hasn't taken care of. We keep speaking about environmental fees that large industrial companies pay to the state budget. And when we compare how much comes back to the region, then these numbers, to put it nicely, small. Actually, when we look at those large companies we have, the industrial towns would already look much, much nicer if the resources stayed where they're located. But the regions that need more investments don't get those investments back. And that's why we, on local level, are looking for new challenges and good cooperation partners, including Fermi Energia, who is offering a big solution to the entire country and potential sites, Viru-Nigula and Lüganuse municipalities. Of course, during the National Designated Spatial Plan, other sites might be also identified. We don't know what the final decision will be, but all in all, everything can be improved if we all concentrate our efforts and consolidate, and fiscal policy needs to also contribute. We cannot build anything without resources. Local people expect us to do this, but if the resources are limited, then you can promise whatever, but you cannot implement your plans.
Ma tahaks naabrit korra kiita, et ta rääkis siin nendest ressurssidest ja kui on võetud, siis tuleb tagasi anda, et tegelikult Lüganuse vallas on väga head kergliiklusteed, mis on suuresti tänu kaevandustele ja sellele, mis sealt on välja võetud, et tegelikult tahaks kiita, et tegelikult ikkagi tehakse väga palju seda, kui on võimalus, et mina pean tunnistama, et meie koduvallas on see taristu oluliselt halvemas seisus, et omavalitsused tahavad teha, nad tahavad tagasi sinna anda, aga paraku riik annab meile kohustusi, aga raha kaasa ei anna suures osas.
So we had a question here which is connected to this topic as well, and the previous topic. So the question is that what have you done to attract top-level managers to come and live in your municipality? How to do that? Because you talked about the your commute between place of work and place of living, but also do they actually create as much benefit? So what we can do today, if we talk about Kunda, 1 hour, 120 kilometers, so 3,000 people living there. And over 10 years that we have the first residential development. So we haven't really done anything, and we're doing it now. But it's clear that if you want to live in a region, then you have to have a good school, good education. And the education network today is a big problem, and so there has to be, in addition to infrastructure, we have sports possibilities and all that. But if a family wants to live in a summer house in the forest, then they won't come there. But this is a very complex topic, so it's difficult. But we are making an effort, and we're doing all we can. I would say the same, that education, hobby, healthcare, other services which are being offered has to be of a good level. And of course, I believe that there are reasons when to come to work there or live there. During the summer, the beaches are beautiful. So we have Kunda. But of course, Võsu is nice. So we are attracting people to this area because if we talk about the two Viru counties, so we look at the bigger picture. So again, we have issues with limited resource, so we want to do more because people won't come there only for work. They want to consume other services as well, restaurants, cafes. But if you don't have critical mass of consumers of this service, then you are very careful whether you take this risk, whether you're going to offer services locally or they're going to commute, so they go to work and then go back home to the family. So I'm very well aware of the critical mass. But let's talk more about the planning permissions. Because when it comes to wind farms, then you say that you have had the experience, and today in the energy market, every capacity is positive, but in news every now and then we can hear concerns that there is height and shadows and nesting trees. So what have you learned from the development and how the rural municipality could have done something better? Because here we have a problem in our municipality because we can't get the general planning permission in place because we wanted to put pressure on the government, but we've been very open when it comes to businesses. We wanted to help them, but businesses, of course, time is money. So it's a complicated situation. So here it's very difficult to discuss on this topic because Dmitry has more planning permissions, but we've been looking at the facilities to have. Then unfortunately again I have to say something negative when it comes to the government, because we were waiting for the general planning permissions to be established. And many developers were waiting to move on with the plans. But since there were delays, there were some special planning permissions. And this was one of the reasons why we needed to get experts, because we have problems with the planning processes, so all these things should be coordinated a bit better. So if you talk about energy, also wind farms, because we are looking towards the government as well, because all these conditions should be agreed and established, instead of every local government coming up with themselves where exactly these turbines has to be from a household. People talk about the infrasound as well. We have no solution here, but somehow it's a topic. So the researchers and the community are discussing it, but we don't have direct guidelines. So all these things are causing obstacle, and we need to communicate with the community. We have to be as transparent as possible. So everybody has to be involved. So this is about the wind, nuclear, and other planning processes as well. So things are as they are right now. I'll add another question. The Lüganuse municipality has a Estonian record because they have so many planning permissions all held at the same time. What can be done better in order to support? So this is what I've said. Because in wind, when it comes to wind generation energy, we have to have things coordinated better on the state level. And the planning permission should not be delayed, because once that is established, we have to have a new
Aga kui vaataksime nüüd arendajale otsa, siis kuidas oleks nemad saanud seda kõike paremini hallata?
So what about the developers? Should they have done something different? Of course, it's important to find contacts, and sometimes there's a question that developers are aggressive, but they are also businesses. So, but we can't just wait as well, because we have been upset with the state, but there are some good support. So we have a lack of financing, and there's a lack of financing when it comes to local governments and the community. People think that developers come and push things through, but in many municipalities there are issues that when you start a permission, then people get upset. They don't even get to environmental studies because there are some birds and nature trails and all these things a topic, but I think here there's been an issue. I can't remember who I have to quote. So why do you give an example that we have 150 wind turbines, which is maximum, but if we said 11 areas and then 150, but it's actually 23 left, so we get people upset.
before we get to the topic at hand. It should be the other way around. But this process takes 3 years. We study everything very carefully, and it's easier to say no in the next stage. But I think today that's a very big problem, that in the first stage we have some people who want to get everybody scared, because this is something which is easy topic to cover before the elections. So the proposal is we should have better cooperation in order to move on with the common goal. And the local governments are the totality of the state, because we can't solve this problem alone, because I believe we can do it better together. And if we talk about the developers, then I think we've had good experience, because developers, in addition to the stages which has been prescribed by law, they also have their own initiative activities, so additional meetings, they offer explanations, and they provide additional information. So in Lügan, as a rural municipality, I would say that they do as much as possible so that the processes would continue, or they would be as smooth as possible. And of course, then there are some times when there are some issues or somebody's against, but then we have to clarify matters and find a compromise. Something which should be suitable for the community, the rural municipality, and also will fulfill the state goals. So now let us continue from the state level, because even in Estonia we have a nuclear power plant or bigger unit. Then it's beneficial for the entire country, but some local region has to bear the burden. But in other places in Estonia, people can just enjoy the benefits. Do you think it's fair? Do you think there should be a balance or compensation, that in one county there is production but everybody else consumes? We heard about this before, because we have the production is all on northeast Estonia. But if we're producing electricity, then people in Võru County doesn't have to suffer on top of that. So maybe we have direct support, regional support will be better. Yes, if we look at the historic experience, I think it will be a good idea, but with the developers it's also possible to have cooperation. So in addition to the price of electricity, which might remain stable, then also the local governments can also get benefits. But of course, if the state is ready to support, we are not against it. But nobody's decided anything about the nuclear power plant yet, but the company organizing the conference here, they created a nuclear room and in the cement museum. So I know over 1,000 people who have visited the museum in a small Kunda town, and I think that's amazing. There's a room where you invest a little bit. So they go to a cafe and they go to a beach. So that's a good thing. So I would also add another question. So what are the main concerns that people have in your rural municipality regarding the nuclear power plant being built near their home? So people want to be certain that all the risks are alleviated or minimized, so that people can sleep and they know that nothing is going to happen. So everything which has to do with environmental impacts, so we need a good clarification. And also it's important in the future. But this is about the environment, impact, safety. So these are the main issues. I think that safety is number one. I can understand that if somebody has bought a summer house in the forest, they've had it for a generation. Of course, nobody wants a power plant outside your fence, but maybe that's a good idea to look around what the nuclear power plants look like. We don't have anything to compare, because what happens with a small modular reactor, which is not the same as a big plant. So these are like schools. Their height is not big, and if you don't even know that the nuclear power plant is somewhere, like in our port, where it would be perfect fit. But of course, you understand what people mean as well. Being close to nature and privacy, and that's also important. And the unknown is always scary. If you don't know much about it, then it seems to be suspicious and scary. But I know that people from your municipality have been taken to Olkiluoto, and I guess they saw also the repository for waste, and they know what happens to the waste. So have you noticed, has that helped to alleviate the fears? That has definitely helped, because I don't know exactly how many people have gone and visited the Olkiluoto power plant, but it's good that it's not only the people who want to see it, but also people who need to see it. Because the people who are against, or rather skeptical, then they have to have this possibility as well. Based on my own experience, I can say that I was in favor, more or less, emotionally. I went to Forsmark, and it was a shock. Such an old plant, so big, but how clean it is, I was very surprised. So it was a positive surprise. So the phone in my pocket, that's actually more dangerous, and flying is more dangerous. So I think there is more scaring than actual reason to be scared. So these trips are necessary. So I think that we have more information, especially the ones who are in doubt. So they want to see it for themselves, and they want to find out how these things work. Olkiluoto, I think it's a very nice place to visit. They have a visitors center which gives all the information, and the location. It's a bigger building, and there's some forest and the beach, and it looks very good. So I think these can exist hand in hand. We went inside and outside, we're still alive. So if you talk about cooperation, one of the positive things is that knowledge is being shared in a very open way. So we have nuclear energy municipality clubs. So these are the global partnership of nuclear municipalities. So they monitor that we have dialogues, inclusion, safety, and so forth. But you also have to have cooperation with the neighborhood and other neighboring rural municipalities, infrastructure, jobs, transport, education projects, and so forth. So when it comes to cooperation in municipalities, how has that worked? We need to understand that maybe it's, you should not look after only yourself. We are so close neighbors. And one family lives in Lüganuse today, but a year later they live in Kunda, somewhere else. So we are cooperating, we are communicating, and we're trying to do the same thing. I would say that before the administrative reform, we were forced to cooperate more because we had smaller municipalities. So, for example, the
cycle paths and trails and all that we had. It came from our municipality association where we agreed that we're going to develop all these activities and connect all the historical and nature trails. But after the administrative reform, there are some other things which became sort of internal. So now we're cooperating with other neighbors as well. So we have industry planning activities. We have cooperation with other municipalities, tourism. We have all sorts of activities with Northeast Estonia, so we have the tourism cluster. So we've included all of them. So there are many topics where we have to have cooperation if we want to achieve the best outcome. Alone you can be successful sometimes, but in cooperation it's also more fun perhaps. So you have support from the neighbors. But this cooperation is very often across local governments and the same as it is with tourism. We have to say that Northeast Estonia is not only one step ahead, but 4 steps ahead. The same is true for tourism. We have a lot to learn. But we can maybe merge these two counties. Right, our time is up, but if there are some very important topics, then we'll take that as well. Looks like there are no further questions, but thank you very much for this good panel.
So we are coming towards the end of our long conference day. What will happen next needs no introduction for those who have attended our conferences in the past. Kalev will speak about Fermi and one more topic. But we would like to thank you for your participation, and we will meet at the 7th New Generation Nuclear Energy Conference in the Continental European Frequency Area in a year's time. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Good evening, everybody who had stayed till the end of the day. Today I will speak about Fermi and money. Enrico Fermi's goal as a young physicist was to create science and discover the secrets of the atom. And together with the young physicists research group in 1934, after hundreds of experiments, he discovered in Rome the establishment of new elements after radiation of materials with neutrons, and later this turned out to be atom fissioning. At that time he didn't know it yet. Also he discovered a solution that enables nuclear energy, so slowing down neutrons, first with paraffin, then with other materials, including water. So the probability that the uranium core splits due to the deceleration he discovered with his research group. And for these discoveries, a 37-year-old Enrico Fermi in 1938, in December, received a Nobel Prize for Physics and used this as an opportunity to move his family from fascist Italy to New York to continue his career in physics in the US. The objective of Fermi Energia, due to the nuclear fissioning technology discovered by Enrico Fermi, is producing nuclear energy. But the benefit to society can only be realized when the value of something created exceeds the effort it takes, which can be measured in money. So today I will speak about money and nuclear energy technology. Enrico Fermi's specific achievement in the US was designing the first nuclear reactor Chicago Pile 1, testing it, designing it, and building it. The testing period took 2 years, actually, and 28 piles were established, and the culmination was Chicago Pile 1, because the graphite quality, uranium quality, and a number of measuring tools and elements had to be fine-tuned. And of course, they needed to know the size of the pile for the critical mass. And Chicago Pile 1 cost was $2.7 million, which in current terms is about $40 million. With the help of this technology, over the course of 83 years, more than 100, actually several hundred research reactors have been established, and more than 500 nuclear power stations, more than 10 airplane carrier reactors, 400 submarine, and 8 icebreaker reactors. And hundreds of thousands of terawatt hours of energy has been produced with nuclear energy, and the value of it is in thousands of billions of euros or dollars. And dozens, hundreds of billions of tons of CO2 emissions to the atmosphere has been avoided. Without nuclear energy, climate warming would definitely have been quicker, and due to the added air pollution, tens of thousands of people would have died prematurely. This is the value of nuclear energy. Chicago Pile 1 reactor consistent chain reaction and enrichment of uranium achieved in the Manhattan Project allowed Admiral Hyman Rickover to design and develop the world's first water reactor submarine, Nautilus, over 2 years, from 1953 to 55. The construction cost was $53 million, in current terms $870 million. For comparison, Virginia submarine in modern times is about $4 billion in cost, and this was the very first one, Nautilus. Hyman Rickover was assigned as the designer and construction manager of the first nuclear power plant shipping port by President Eisenhower. And building this 60-megawatt power plant cost $73 million in 1955, in current terms $786 million. And it produced electricity for 25 years and proved the value of commercial production of nuclear energy. After the success of shipping port, the very next year, 2 U.S. private companies, I'd like to emphasize, commissioned commercial power plants. One 145-megawatt Yankee Roe, which was a pressurized water reactor in Massachusetts, and the second, the boiling water reactor, 192 megawatts in Dresden, Illinois. Both were completed before deadline, and Yankee Roe was built 23% below budget. Dresden 1 was built by GE, our good partner, and the national contribution was that the capital cost was covered to the extent of 10%. That was all of the state support that was received, and they paid off commercially, both of them. I could speak about many different reactors, but my favorite reactor is the world's and Europe's most successful nuclear plant, the most successful power plant ever, and it has been referred to several times today. It's Olkiluoto 1. In 1978, when it was built, then the net power output was 660 megawatts of electricity. In 2019, due to additional turbine switch-outs and better heat exchanges, the nominal capacity had actually risen, and with additional investments, it's a private company, and 970 megawatts is the nominal capacity. And the construction took 4 years. The cost was 1.4 million Finnish marks in 79, which currently translates to 283 million euros. And adjusted with inflation, it would come in below 1 billion, 974 million euros. And why is it the best in the world? Because the life cycle, it's as old as me, pretty much. It has produced electricity at 92.6% load factor. No other plant has such a high load factor. 288.9 terawatt hours of electricity it has produced over its life cycle. And if it's 40 euros on average, the price of electricity, then that's 11.5 billion euros in value in current currency terms. And teolisuuden voima plan, if it is realized and they can operate until 2048, then they will produce additionally 185 terawatt hours. And the value is 9.2 billion euros if we calculate 50 euros for megawatt hour in electricity price. And this reactor scheme, why do I have it here? Because when we compare it to the technology that we chose, then it's very similar. The only thing is that in our case, the reactor is longer, but it has lots of safety systems as well. And these are in the isolation condensation systems, so isolated radiators above the reactor. So looking at this scheme, it makes a lot of sense. Olkiluoto plant wasn't the most affordable solution for Finland at the time. The most affordable, the simplest solution would have been to do what Germany and Denmark did, to build a reactor based on coal, which they're trying to close down now, or like the Netherlands and Great Britain, because they had gas from the North Sea or the Hönigen gas fields, to build a gas plant. But that brought emissions, and now the electricity is expensive. The value is not just the fact that it has earned money for the owners. Throughout the years, it has also had an impact on the price of energy, on the Finnish exchange, the market price, and also here in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Swedish plants also have an impact. So the societal benefit is realized. So in addition to the benefit to the clients, it's also in the price of electricity that very many consumers get at a better price throughout the year compared to alternative solutions. So people in Finland understand this, and this is sample. So this is the cornucopia that awards benefit to society for decades. The only thing that's comparable is hydro energy, but we don't have that option. Fermi Energia is planning to use BWRX 300 and nominal value 300 megawatts in conservative terms, but maybe it will be more. We don't know exactly yet. The production 2.4 terawatt hours a year, and over 80 years production 192 terawatt-hours. In Estonia, electricity prices in the future will remain more expensive than in Finland and Sweden. Whatever we do, we cannot get as much hydro energy as in Finland and Sweden, and we will never get to turn back time and get old nuclear power stations. So our electricity price will be slightly higher. With a price of 60 euros, an average over this time period, the value that the plant would produce, just as electricity, is 11.5 billion euros. Not to consider the value it has as an impact on the market, bringing down the average cost of electricity. 1.5 billion should be the construction price, and operating costs, including fuel, including decommissioning, waste handling, 5.2 billion euros. So it is clear, based on these figures, that the benefit outweighs the cost. So the previous examples, but I could bring many other examples from Europe, including the plants that were closed down in Germany. This is proof that establishing a nuclear power plant is a huge investment, but it's also been proven that the boiling water reactors work long-term and they are reliable and their production capacity can increase over their life cycle. And it's also been proven that in the US, out of 32 boiling water reactors, 31 are licensed for 2-year fuel switch cycle. So conventional is that a third of the fuel is changed every year, but due to the quality of the fuel and the quality of the systems, they've reached a point where this cycle is 2 years for boiling water reactors. And this means that the plant works for longer and you have 2 times less waste. But it also means that you need a bit of fuel that is enriched more before it goes into the reactor, but it's still a clear gain. Unfortunately, in the economy, the reality is that there's price increase over the years. ECB forecasts 2%, but often it exceeds that. But due to carrying the capital costs and relatively low operating costs, nuclear energy has been proven to be the most reliable energy price or a way to avoid the impact of inflation on electricity price. And again, Finland and Sweden prove very nicely that this is true. Estonians, by nature, are saving people who economize, are good with finances, good with administrative burden, and make sure that we last. Nuclear energy is a way to make sure that we economize. Estonian state and investors and Fermi Energia have made wise decisions when it comes to nuclear energy, and I am sure that despite fears and based on assessments, deliberation, careful consideration, we will continue to make the right decisions in the future. And repeatedly today, we've spoken about engagement and inclusion, and the format we've chosen today is also a format of discussion, and it is essential in Western civilizations. Starting from Greek experience, it's adversarial adjudication, or if we think of science, it's experimentation. When you defend your PhD, then you need to defend it. You have opponents, and you defend your positions. You submit evidence, and this is the way you can make wise decisions. And undoubtedly, this also applies to nuclear energy. And it must apply to the rest of the energy sector and economy and decisions we make in society. Because we know that authoritarian, top-down, command-based economy does not work. And of course, it's also very important that in a free society, in the end, decision-making right is left up to the consumers. A very important part of this. Often in state matters, there is the tendency to think that the planners are the ones who make the wisest decisions. A great plan is put together, and then they start implementing it. This is partially true. Real life is more like a hybrid car. You need to have a plan, but at the same time, you need competition, because in the end, think of it from the point of view of the consumer. The consumer is the one who decides who they buy a product from at which price. And in that sense, competition is vital, and technology neutrality must be an important principle in a truly free, liberal, functioning and contemporary European society. Thank you to everybody for attending today. Thank you for the discussions. Thank you for contributing. Your support is very important emotionally on this long and tough journey, and your cooperation as well. This will lead us to success in Estonia and internationally. So thank you once again. Thank you.